Thank you, wristwatch for the... Okay. The warden said cell 11. That's this one. Oh, there's someone curled up in a ball in the back corner. Look. What's his name again? Professor Albert Hairbrain? What? I forgot his name was Hairbrain. Oh my god, Ace Attorney and its wonderful naming. Excuse me? Professor Hairbrain? Now, how badly will I do this German accent? The answer is probably very. Yes, exactly. Who are you? You're good, Maya. You hit me with the Pokeball and I accidentally hit, and the Pokeball itself landed on the stream end button. Oops, definitely was not me pressing that instead of the studio mode. It was definitely the Pokeball. See if I can get this to work and pay you for that. No, it doesn't want to work. At least on OBS. I don't know why I'm doing this the hard way. Ow. Yay. I could have just done this. Much funnier. Lawyer! Wait, no. Was it something I said? Hold on. I literally just looked up a little bit about German accents, like right before the stream started. I'm trying to remember. A lawyer, you say? Would we hear about the experiment? Nope, I have no idea how to do an accent properly, that's fine. You're going to defend my hypothesis. Your hypothesis? Sorry, I don't... Yesterday's demonstration! That demonstration was... That magnificent demonstration was... It was an out-and-out success! By anyone's calculations. But despite that... Despite that... No one listens! No one all believes in the science! Let's explain they all leave at high velocity! This is a terrible accent. This is worse than all my British ones. Now's probably not a good time to mention that your Zeo made my concentration leave for a while too. Sure, you have so much hair. It is so fluffy. You mentioned the demonstration yesterday. The papers have called it a spectacular failure. After all, a man died in the explosion, didn't he? Yes, you could interpret the results that way if you really wanted to. Well, I suppose in the circumstances, the experiment was a failure. But at the same time, it was a great success. You've lost me. I saw it with my own eyes. Right there in front of me. Mr. Asma was spontaneously disassembled. Until then, everything was going exactly as my calculations had predicted. At that point, it should have been beamed to the Crystal Tower by instantaneous kinesis. My poor dude. I don't think that's a thing. However, the machine exploded and Mr. Asman in fact perished. Yes, I can't deny that part of the experiment was a failure. So what you're really saying is the large explosion that killed Mr. Asman was an accident, correct? Yes, that's exactly what they were trying to do. They're trying to teleport someone. Went real bad. But the bigwigs had you arrested on suspicion of murder.
You failed!
Thank you for... Yep, nope. I'm gonna assume that's for Hairbrain. I mean, that's what it sounds like. It sounds like the plan was turn you into atoms, put you over there, reassemble. Machine go boom. So, atoms definitely got disassembled, that's for sure. That definitely happened. So, you know, it was half successful. I was responsible for the man's death. That is the immutable truth here. Truth here. And for that, I wish to be punished at once. What? Murder? Never in a million years. It was an accident. Simply an accident. I see. Hurley and I were talking this morning, you know. We said the situation would change completely depending on whether it was treated like an accident or murder. How exactly? Well, if it really was an accident, then the professor's machine would be kept in protective custody. You want Dr. Manhattan? Because that's how you get a Dr. Manhattan. Yeah. Not wrong. On what grounds? Yes, it's newly established here in Britain. In the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act. That one passed me by. Got mixed up on my people there. But if the case is treated as murder, then then they're saying my machine was the murder weapon, and they'll be able to pour over it as much as they like. If they examine it in detail, they'll find out how it's made, and then she'll be able to copy my idea. My precious hypothesis will be stolen. The machine must be protected from that at all cost. That's why it's imperative this whole incident is shown to have been an accident in tomorrow's trial. Ah, I see now. So, in short, hello, Punisher, welcome. There was a terrible accident at the Great Exhibition Showground yesterday. Yes, or rather no, the devil is in the details. Strictly speaking, there was a terrible explosion. Sounds the same to me. Hi, Mark. Welcome. How you doing? How's everyone today? How was CFEs this morning? You were demonstrating super high voltage instantaneous kinesis, weren't you? How fascinating. Humans, like all matter, are made up of particles that are held together by electrical bonds. So it must be possible, using a sufficiently high voltage, to break those bonds down and beam the particles through space. That's it in a nutshell. That's my idea, you see? That's my amazing hypothesis. Also, thank you for the alert, Martin. Gosh, that's unimaginably high-level science. Sleepy and hungry? Damn, what a mood. Oh, but dare to imagine it. Dare to dream of such incredible technology. Hey, that's exactly what I'm doing. Anyways. Just think. One moment I could be here in the cell, and the next I could be at the Great Exhibition again. Well, yes, that would be incredible. Thank you for the lurk, Maya. Have a great day at work. Great time at work. Hope it ain't too bad for you. And the next, in a mere blink of an eye, I could be at the Great Parisian Theatre, say. The possibilities are endless. The realm of our vast planet would be within reach. Oh god, this is difficult. So no more hiding in wardrobes on rocky seas for 50 days? I don't really see it like that. Well, what do you mean, Iris? Well, if you could travel anywhere in the world instantly, the planet wouldn't really seem vast anymore, would it? I think it would feel like it had shrunk. My word, that's exactly right. What are the implications? What does this mean? What does it mean? You're the scientist here. Are you gonna tell us, or? Oops. Hang on, Professor Bunnybrain really worked by the look of it. Oh, I sure hope she keeps up that nickname. Clearly, this is yet another case of just because you can doesn't mean you should, I suppose. The point is, my calculations are flawless. The science works. But without a practical demonstration, it means nothing. There's always the fly in the ointment. The what? What? Oof, right on the nose. That's gonna hurt. I hope you're doing better now. Because practical demonstrations cost a lot of money. Money that young scientists like you don't have. That's exactly it, yes. Hurley's always complaining about it. He says the government should invest more in Ow. That's right. Thank you, bye, Beast. Thank you. Well, anyway, I bumped into him at the right time. the right time. I'm as the well-known inventor, Mr. Asman. The victim who died in yesterday's terrible accident, you mean? What do you know of this man? The full name of the man who died in yesterday's accident was Mr. Odie Asman, wasn't it? What exactly was your relationship with the man? He first visited me in my laboratory in Germany a year ago now. You hurt your wallet again? I mean, also a mood. He said he wanted to invest in my immaculate hypothesis. I thanked my lucky stars. I see. So you hadn't really known each other until ow. Thank you, wristwatch. That honestly kind of surprised me a little bit. Money for scientific research. I'm so envious. I think you're right, wristwatch. I think he was framed. I think for sure that someone else wanted him dead and sabotaged his machine. Regardless of whether or not it was going to work, they wanted it to seem like it killed him. As far as I was concerned, the man was an angel. No, Asman is the guy who died. Oh, really? An archangel, even. Cotton candy. I would definitely call it more like cotton candy than popcorn. It's a lot fluffier than. It's not. It's close though. He was prepared to fund a practical demonstration of my hypothesis for presentation at the Great Exhibition. And if that went well, I could expect additional financial support for my research from the British government. Mr. Asman provided me with money and an exceptional engineer. He produced a machine to my precise specifications. Engineer, where is he? Show me his face. Give me a name. But then, your dreams were blown to dust in one enormous explosion. As you can see, I owed everything to Mr. Asman. Everything. I would never, ever have thought of taking the man's life. Well, he seems genuine enough. I don't think he's lying. That's my first thought is also the engineer. Thank you, Bye Beast. Do I have something to present you? Here, take a look at this. Do you have anything to say? How could this have happened? You must feel awful. As well as a man losing his life, the Crystal Tower was greatly damaged too. I know what happened. It must have been that. That? I mean that? The day before the demonstration, I had my usual meal at Frankfurters at the hotel restaurant. When I paid the bill, they gave me 3 shillings too much in change. But instead of saying anything, I just slipped the coin into my pocket. This stirs there now. Okay, so we think it's karma. It's divine retribution for my wrongdoing. That's what this is. For a scientist, he has some very illogical anecdotes. Long and illogical. Hey, that was utterly unhelpful. We've already talked to you. We talked you through everything. Not really much else to present you with. And you won't tell us who the fuck the engineer is, so I guess we're moving on. Okay, we had no reason to talk to you. Let's go see what Sholmes has to say about this. He might have some insights. Or not. I'm so excited at the prospect of never heard of anything consultancy opening for business again. Anything? That's not what it's called. It's Naruhodo's legal consultancy. Done a lot of studying in these past 6 months, reading law texts and judicial precedents. I'm sure I'm a better lawyer now. I can't wait to start practicing again. Nothing's changing here at all, though, has it? It's as though time has stood still in here since Susie went back to Japan. I wanted to keep it ready for Mrs. Sato, in case she was able to return to Britain at any point. So I've just left everything the way it was. Oh, I see. Right. And they must be thinking it's because of the way you are, Runo. You know, never bothering to tidy up, I mean. Don't call us out like that. Iris, this isn't the time or the place to bring up my tidiness. Or lack of it. There's something I missed at the prison. They won't let me examine anything. Bizarre. Normally it gives me something to do at this point. Holmes, are you in here? Where's that fool? That himbo of a detective, where be he? That reminds me, have you seen this? The report of the overwhelming success of the Great Exhibition? Of course! No, not that. The story on the back page. What story? Oh yes, that's right. We need to talk to him about Von Zykes. Zeeks, whatever. The Reaper attacked. Oh, that. You've enjoyed some of his victories in court against my #1 prosecutor, have you not? Oh, Mr. Reaper. What happened to him? He wasn't killed, was he? There's no need for concern. Lord Von Zykes would not be so easily dispatched, I assure you. Can you tell us what happened? I'd really love to know. Very well. If it interests you. It does. Strangely. I don't know why I care about that racist asshole, but yeah, that's fine. Fortunately, Lord Von Zykes emerged from the attack unscathed. Street ruffians are no match for that man. He's a very capable fighter. But that's incredible. They're armed with guns. Why was he attacked, though? Do we know? It's related to events that occurred a month ago. A leader of one of the capital's criminal organizations was indicted and prosecuted by Von Zykes. What? I thought he only cared about cases that I was involved in. But the man was acquitted. I've no doubt large sums of money were involved behind the scenes. Large sums of money? A deplorable situation. Members of the jury were bribed, it seems. However, despite winning his freedom, the man in question met a dramatic end yesterday. But you're not suggesting that was the work of the Reaper, surely? The victim's henchmen certainly seem to think so. He was a man by the name of Asman. Wait, what? Hold on. What? Wait. Hold on. Hold. Yeah, nope, that's what it seems like. There's a man by the name of Asman. Dr. Odie Asman. Okay. Asman, criminal, big time, lots of money, funded the teleporter for nefarious reasons. Perhaps if he thought it would work, he would help him rob banks, probably. I don't know. Something like that. She was sabotaged, probably by someone who knew who he was, knowing that he'd be in there. A potential perp? No, probably not. From my understanding, Von Zykes is just like, dear Lord, there's some weird divine karmic cosmic retribution going on people who deserve it. I don't think he's actually the one committing any of these murders. Probably. Unknown. But, regardless, my thought is maybe the engineer knew who Asman was and wanted him dead Wanted him very, very dead. And so that's what he did. Did you say Osman? That's the man who died in the big explosion at the Great Exhibition. Yes, known publicly as an investor, but in reality, the head of a significant criminal organization. Unbelievable. I wonder, can I ask you something, Lord Strongheart? Try me. Why do you use Lord Von Zykes as a prosecutor? He's not going to answer this question. Donk, thank you. All the criminals who manage to get off in court then meet with mysterious ends outside the courtroom. And fearful of that fate, they seek to strike at Lord Von Zykes first. I know there's no evidence that he actually is the Reaper in that sense, but still, something's clearly going on here. I have Von Zykes working for the prosecution service for 2 reasons. Firstly, the man is the best prosecutor in the capital, bar none. And secondly, any deaths of criminals that have occurred outside the courtroom following his trials are nothing to do with him. But that doesn't make any sense. How can you explain the way so many have died if not by someone's hand? Maybe God's hand. Von Zykes may have earned himself the moniker of the Reaper, but he is no killer. So he will continue to prosecute on behalf of the Crown. Unless she wishes otherwise, of course. Oof. Yes, sir, and curious, sir. Well, I must be leaving for my next engagement. I'm sorry that I accidentally left you waiting there for like 3 weeks. Oops. Not knowing that I could finish at some point. I'm already 11 hours and 16 minutes late. My colleagues may be starting to fidget. Because, how can you kill people and not be a murderer? Because if you're not actually the one killing people? 11 hours late? That's quite something, especially for you. That meeting had already started when I arrived back here for this engagement with you. So lateness was inevitable. Time stops for no man. Normally, see, that's the thing. For the most part, this guy is incredibly strict with time. This is the only time he's ever been late for fucking anything that I've noticed. Sure, it's tough for me during those 12 solid arguments and 223 reasons. Right. I forgot about that. Wait, hold on. Yeah, but it says time stops for no man. Wristwatch. Time stops for no man. That's the thing. You're here for me. Anyways. Yeah, no, I also completely forgot that he was fucking, that he had this huge hours-long rant thing. I mean, wristwatch is still with the timepiece, you're fine. Oh, yes, where would I find Lord Von Zykes now? I would assume he's at his office. Right, I'll go and ask him about the attack in person. I want to get this straight from the horse's mouth. ... Wait a second, an office? We get to see his office. Away with you now. I'm leaving Professor Harebrain's defense entirely in your hands. Of course, yes. Thank you very much, my lord. And off he goes. The private office of Lord Baron Von Zykes. Beric Von Zykes. I keep reading it as Baron. Who wants to go meet Dracula at his home? Please look like a goddamn castle. Thank you. Thank you, Lord. This is all I ever wanted, was his stupid office to look like Dracula's fucking throne room. This is all I needed in my life. What is that painting, sir? Oh, so this is the legendary Reaper's office? Yes, it appears so. Ugh, that sends a chill down your spine, doesn't it? What an amazingly deadly atmosphere. Hey, look, it's all... He has so many fucking wine bottles and glasses just waiting to be fucking taken to court. Oh, is that... That hooded figure was so still, I hadn't noticed their presence. I wonder who it is. I mean, if he's not home, then his home is abandoned and doesn't count as a threshold that he needs to be invited into. That or it's his own. He owns it. His name's on the deed. It's fine. What, what are you doing here? Huh? What the? Zeeks? Wait, if you're here, then who's... We've never actually seen him like this. This is terrifying, actually. He's as unwelcoming as I thought he'd be. Actually, maybe even more so. Oh, I'm glad to see you're well. I'm trying to remember his voice. I am. So, nice office you got here? So, who's the person on the wall being punished for something or other? No punishment is taking place here. Oh. That's my apprentice, and he's sitting there of his own free will. What is a man but a miserable pile of meat? I didn't know you had an apprentice. It must be the same person who was pictured in the newspaper. He is very able in combat, a requisite skill for anyone under my tutelage. That doesn't seem like something a lawyer needs to be good at, but okay. Are you referring to the attack on the Reaper that was reported in the papers? The Reaper? I'd be interested in know the Reaper's true identity myself. Fluffy cat. Assuming that this such a fabled fiend genuinely inhabits our great courtrooms. I'm pretty sure you're the Reaper, but that's okay. Hey, I know that you're standing here watching me. Look at that fine collection of hollowed chalices and bottles neatly lined up there. My hollowed bottles are filled with the essence of the finest grapes from the finest vineyards I visit. Then why do you waste all that wine? And I personally oversee these chalices being made by the finest crystal craftsmen in the world. My dude, I know you're a lawyer. How fucking rich are you that you can fucking waste those things like that? Holy shit. It's not even glass. And he's, wait, it's not even glass, it's crystal, and he's still shattering them in his bare hands. Motherfucker, he's insane. And yet you throw them around in court like they were worthless. Yes, because this imbecile is so unimaginably and repeatedly wide of the mark sometimes. I've beaten you plenty of times. Before you open your mouth next time, you should consider the poor artisans whose work you defile. I'm pretty sure you're the one defiling them, but that's okay. So, it's my fault? Silly me. How could I ever have thought otherwise? Lord Von Zyke's desk. Look, it's so stylish. That's a marble chess set beside it. Chess? That's the Western version of our Japanese shogi game, isn't it? You know, I'm actually quite good at shogi problems. Oh, really? You'd probably like chess problems in that case. I'd love to challenge Lord Van Zyke sometime. Do a bout of shogi problems. If you only really want to challenge yourself, you can always do that on your own at home. No confidence, this man. I don't think that's him. That portrait really dominates the room, doesn't it? It's a bit hard to miss. It's a very majestic outfit and pose, but sadly, whoever painted it didn't do a very good job of capturing Lord Van Zyke's facial features. This is probably before he got the scar, dumbass. Yes, you're right. I mean, it's not far off, but the artist has exaggerated his subject's handsomeness, I think. That reminds me. I heard Emperor Napoleon of France ordered artists to make him look more attractive when they painted him. How vain. That's really not an attractive quality in a person, is it? To be fair, pretty much anyone who gets their portrait painted, that's gonna happen. The portrait does not depict me. Surely that's immediately obvious. Oh no, actually, it wasn't at all. Like, I considered for a second that might be like your dad or something, but... Oh, then who is it? Brother. Definitely not a father, definitely brother. Oops. I didn't mean to grab that. Let's take a look at this diorama. Oh look! It's a scale model of the Great Exhibition Showground. It's amazing! I wonder why it's here. Perhaps he made it to take his mind off the sadness of being too busy to attend in person. Or perhaps he's too embarrassed to queue up for a ticket. Surely it's obvious that I'm using it as an investigative aid. The murder happened yesterday, my dude. Murder, accident, whatever. Ah! You Nipponese have no business painting others as overly reserved. Ugh. I really didn't think he'd overhear that. Wait, I want to know more about the apprentice. Is that a... Wait, hold on. Van Zykes, why does this not surprise me that you have pet bats? Ah! They were bats! Yes, the Reaper's familiars, I expect. But what about the mute man in the dark cloak? I thought he was the familiar. Just not the flying kind. He must be a dear friend of Mr. Reaper, then. Or a ghoul, or a thrall, or... his, as Vampire the Masquerade would call it, his child. I think the familiar idea is more likely. Scary, though, either way. Alright, have you seen this? Lord Van Zykes, about the article in this paper. Oh, yes. It seems there was a reporter nearby when that little skirmish took place. I had no idea it had been photographed. It was careless of me. It looks as though it was taken after the people who attacked you had run away, though. Rest assured, the police have already apprehended every last one of you. But there's someone else fighting alongside you, it seems. And I think it's the same man who's sitting over there as we speak, isn't it? As I mentioned already, he's my apprentice. Perhaps you could tell us a little bit more about him? Perhaps you could tell us a little bit more about him. Or not, that's okay. That's fine. Lord Strongheart said that the assault last night was some sort of revenge attack? No, I don't think I will. True, carried out by henchmen of Old the Osmond's criminal organization. The investigation meant their arrest were imminent. Presumably some hoped to kill me before that happened. Odie Osmond is always masquerading as one of London's most powerful financiers, a global investor. But his enormous wealth came to him by underhand means, via his criminal activities. And he used that money to buy himself a verdict of not guilty when he found himself in court, didn't he? Being prosecuted by you, Mr. Reaper. Mr. Reaper? Do you have a scythe, Mr. Reaper? Can we see it? Or do you prefer to suck your victims dry of blood? But the man got his comeuppance in the end. Yesterday, in fact, in extraordinary circumstances. It was the most unusual cause of death. I know about that. It was super high voltage instantaneous kinesis gone wrong. Lord Benedict von Zykes sucks his victims dry of their blood and his boyfriend's dry of moving on. Mr. Asmund died when the demonstration of the public experimentation stage ended in an enormous explosion. Alright, wristwatch. Have a good time at the meeting, and by good time I mean good luck. Correct. And you think I have some kind of divine ability to cause an accident like that to happen, do you? Well, no, that does seem a little far-fetched. No, that's a Pokemon. We're not playing Pokemon right now. If this man really is the fabled Reaper, then he has to be innocent of this particular death at least. It's strange how this has worked out, isn't it, Runo? I mean, what with you taking on the professor's defense for the trial tomorrow? What? You're going to be defending him? Oh, yes, that's right. Though I barely know the man's name yet, to be honest. Albert Hairbrain. That's right. Do you know him by any chance? Guess who's going to be the prosecutor, because they only have the one apparently. Of course. He's a contemporary of mine. We were at university together. I'm sorry, hello? Hello? My dude? Hello? Y'all? What? Hello? I'm shook. Just a bit. What a surprise. You're... What? What? Oh god, there's so much to talk to him about. I'd understood that Professor Hairbrain was from Germany, though. Hairbrain's from a respectable British family. Oh. Drop the German accent, drop the German accent! After graduating from the University of London, he moved to Germany to carry out research, and that's all. To be fair, I don't give this motherfucker a German accent. Well, I don't give him a British accent, but still. So you were students together? And I was in the Faculty of Law, of course, and he in Science, so our paths really crossed. But curiously, we got along, though I've not met him since my university days. I certainly didn't expect our next encounter to take this form. And with you, of all people, representing him. Ugh. Only if I make it out of this office alive. He's actually been charged with murder, it seems. Yes, I know. Because the prosecution will be handled by me. Ah, so you're condemning your own friend to death. Love that. Fantastic. Great. But you? But you made it sound as if you and the professor had been friends. We are friends, it's true. Then why would you do this? The Reaper is the prosecutor. There's nothing anyone can do to save him. He's doomed. What's Lord Van Zyke's thinking? What do you mean by what you said before? If you'd like to know the Reaper's true identity, does that mean... I'm a crown prosecutor and immortal like any other. I'm no demigod. But they've all died, haven't they? The people you prosecuted, I mean. Whether or not the trial ended in a conviction or an acquittal. Those I prosecute are the vilest wretches of our society. People who, without question, deserve to be found guilty. The world is a better place without them. Is the Reaper actually your apprentice? Or is it really all coincidence? I guess we'll find out. Also, fuck you! There were multiple people I defended. Yeah, I defended, yeah. Two people. Technically, I've only defended two separate people against this man that were completely innocent. Natsume and, Gina. They're both perfectly innocent. The Reaper's name is actually Billy. Ugh. Also, hi, welcome back, Maya. But that's not true of Mr. Natsume, for example. He wasn't a vile wretch at all. No, it's Ginny. In fact, she's ever so hardworking now. I can't deny that since I encountered you, things have taken a turn. But the point is this. If any of those vile wretches that escaped justice subsequently died in mysterious circumstances, it was at the hand of their own kind. It is not my work. Lord Strongheart said the same. He believes you're not involved in any way. But you attacked by those ruffians because they believe it's true. And the fact is, since people started calling me the Reaper of the Bailey, the number of serious crimes in the capital has dropped substantially. Oh! It would appear that even the most hardened criminals can be made fearful for their lives. Ah, so you're not just Dracula. He's Batman. Do you mean to say... I mean to say that if my pseudonym serves a useful purpose, I adopt it gladly and with honor. But it's putting you in danger! You could be killed! If that is my fate, let God decide. Lord Van Zykes. It is in my tutelage to become a prosecutor. So you could say he's my apprentice, I suppose. Batman got bit by Dracula again? Yes, again. That was a good movie. The Batman, versus... What was it? The Batman versus Dracula? I remember that movie fondly. I don't remember if it was good, I just remember it fondly. To be fair, I kind of enjoy the entire The Batman series. Am I speaking nonsense? Does anyone remember what I'm talking about? Ah, hike you out of Hurley then, Runo? I don't remember taking an apprenticeship with a great detective. He's currently compiling a report about last night's attack. It looks like he's wearing some kind of mask. Hey, sneaking back in. Good, don't get caught. With Jamaican Yep. Oh, Jamaican or Joker with the wild hair. Looks like he's wearing some kind of mask. On Lord Strongheart's orders, nobody knows the man's face, or indeed his identity. Does this include you? But why would you agree to take on such a clearly suspicious individual? Lord Strongheart's orders again. He's not one for meaningless follies. There will be a good reason for his actions. I hope you're right. Boy, this is freaky. Ah! The task is complete? Good. In that case, you can collect all the briefs. Who is this man? I feel like... I don't know. He's probably not someone we've met yet. Nice to meet you? Boy, didn't even have a chance to give him a voice. Back to work again. That was really strange, though. I've never met the man before. I didn't even know he existed. And yet... somehow it didn't feel like our first encounter. Yeah, that was, for some reason, my thought, too. For some reason, something seems off. I'm sure we know who it is. Don't bother trying to converse with him. He says nothing to anybody from outside this office. Lord Strongheart has strictly forbidden it. Oh, I see. Microphone, please. Why are you so interested in my apprentice, anyway? Oh, no, I mean... Sorry, I didn't mean to. The way he stood there so casually, with that flawless posture. It couldn't be. Kazuma's dead, right? Like 100% we know he's dead. Unless it was fake? Oh, yes. And there's something I've been meaning to ask you. Oh, what's that? That Nipponese man. Is he faring well? Sorry? The one arrested twice in succession 6 months ago. With the stoop, and the mustache, and the jitters. And the crazy eyes. And he would make those ridiculous poses. Ah, Mr. Natsume, you mean? I'm not sure you'd be very pleased to find out you identified him from that list, Runo. I mean, it was pretty obvious. But yeah. He's fine, thank you. In fact, I received a letter from him by international post only the other day. I see. Was he actually worried about him? He's trying to turn it into a love square? Well, I think we can end the discussion there, don't you? There's little time left before tomorrow's trial. I advise you to expend it investigating the case. Yes, thank you for the advice. And for the conversation. Well, so the love square we have, as we know it, is Kazuma Asogi, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, Herlock Sholmes, and Beric von Zykes. Can't believe she's asking after Soseki-san, after Nipponese. I'm not sure whether to feel happy about that or worried. I never imagined that Mr. Reaper would be friends with a mad scientist, did you? Did you? That's a turn up for the books. A mad scientist? You mean Professor Hairbrain? Yes. Oh yes, it might be worth quizzing the professor about his relationship with Lord Van Zykes, I think. Ah, the vampire music is back. Well, we'll see you tomorrow, I guess. Count, Lord, whatever. The varsity years? I understand Lord Von Zykes is a friend of yours from your university days? Yes. Okay, so we know that he's not German. Oops, we can drop the accent. Let's see here. He's from London. From a prestigious family. Yes, that's right. He was studying law whilst I was studying science. Hold on. He was studying law while I was oh, fuck it. What was he like back then? A good question. Unassuming, gentlemanly, an all-around nice fellow, really. I'm sorry, what? Sorry, I think you misheard me. I'm talking about the cold-hearted, merciless prosecutor, Beric von Zykes? What was he like? What was he like when he was at university? Talk about a leading question, Runo. As I said, an unassuming and extremely pleasant gentleman. Unassuming, an extremely pleasant gentleman. After all, he is the little darling of the Von Zykes family, with all its great aristocratic origins. Ah, cool. Backstory on the vampire boyfriend. I didn't realize he had quite such noble blood. Little darling. It was a bit of a shock when I came back to Britain and learned what he'd become. The Reaper of the Bailey, no less. Yes, that's right. I did hear, though, how there was a very big event in his life that completely changed him after graduation. Is it where he got the scar? Really? What sort of event? Screaming's weird. I'm sorry, but I don't know anymore. I wasn't in the country at the time. I was in Germany already. Oh, yes, of course. If he's heard all about the Reaper, I really don't have the heart to tell him that Lord Von Zykes will be the prosecutor in court tomorrow. Ugh. So, Professor, let me just make absolutely sure I've understood you properly. The huge explosion that occurred yesterday, that was an accident, you're saying? You had no intent to harm the victim, who was in fact the sole investor in your work. Is that correct? As correct as 2 squared is 4. I swear it, and that math checks out, I can promise you that. Yes, it's true that the man perished in the machine of my invention. I know that I'm far from blameless in all this, but still, I would never use my discoveries, my inventions, to take a person's life, not in a centillion years. Also, boy, it'd be really stupid of him to do it that publicly. Like, sure, maybe that's your best opportunity, but also, dear Lord, there had to have been better opportunities. I'm a man of science. It's all I know. You have to believe me, please. That's devil language. uh, 2 squared, also known as 2 plus 2, also known as 1 times 4, and also known as 3 plus 1, so on and so forth, also known as the square root of 16. Imposter self-report? I mean, yeah, I suppose that's possible. But even still, yeah, I guess so. Do you believe me? Do you believe in my hypothesis? I believe that you're not guilty. I don't believe that your machine would have worked. Science is the pursuit of truth, you know. I've always believed that, all my life. I'm afraid I don't know much about science, or your theories. 2 plus 2 equals fish? Yeah, guess what fish equals? Fish equals 4. Congratulations. But I do believe you, and I will fight to prove your innocence with all my might. I'm a man of the law. It's all I know. You have to believe me, please. Turning it around on him. Well, Herr Brain? When I went to live in Germany after I graduated, I learned something very important. Nationality, class, lineage, none of that matters. As long as you try your hardest, you can achieve anything. I like this man. Thank you for that, Professor. And thank you in advance for defending me tomorrow in court. Alright, Bruno. It's time. Time to visit the Great Exhibition. Sorry? Well, that's where the incident happened, isn't it? Yes, I suppose that's true. Time to investigate at last. A new location has been added to your list. Oh, right. Thank you, Stream Alerts, for reminding me. We are partway through that, the chair. If we get that funded by the end of next month, oh dear Lord, I have to do an entire Overwatch stream as Diva. That'd be fun. And also I get a nice chair. Just as a reminder of that. 3 things she learned in Germany. Science, right from wrong, and how to drink from a boot. Dear Lord. Fuck. I just had a goddamn Hetalia flashback. No one judge me. That hurt. I took psychic damage from that. The Great Exhibition Grounds, foot of the Crystal Tower. Ugh, the showgrounds are a little too big for my liking. We've been walking around in dense crowds for 2 hours now. I felt myself swooning 3 times. There are lots of people, aren't there? I've almost been trodden on 3 times too. There's Tiny. You're a tiny little mouse at the moment because of the thing you have on your head. Be careful, won't you, Iris? Don't let go of my hand. We finally made it through the throngs, though, by the look of it. Here we are underneath the public experimentation stage where the explosion happened yesterday. Two shows I did not watch. They were certainly infamous, though. What's that? I can hear voices from up on the stage. It sounds like an argument. Gina! Let's fucking go! Oh, I've missed her.
Oh, I've had of you this time. I'm warning you, I'll arrest you in a minute.
Oh yeah? Come on, Inspector. Give it a shot. You ain't got no evidence and you know it. She looks a little bit older. It has been 6 months. Wait, I know those voices.
You got a chicken little mouth on you, young lady. Well, not in the cells that teach you some manners.
Just try it, I dare ya. If you want that bag of chips rammed down your throat. Please tell me she's under his tutelage as an investigator. Yoo-hoo! Gregsy! What are you doing up there? Gregsy? Yeah, whatever. I think she looks a bit taller. She looks like she fits that coat better. I mean, Yuki-onna are good. Let's not kid ourselves.
Your ladyship.
Or lady. Hold on. I need to get back into the voice. I lost it.
Chicken little mouth. Your ladyship. How are you, your ladyship? I do hope you're well, your ladyship.
Does that make her 3 times a lady? I'm not well at all. I'm far too busy everywhere. I wanted to ride in a balloon, but there was a 3-hour queue.
Unbelievable. I'll go and have a word with you for you at once, your ladyship. You'll be flying as high as a kite in no time once I pull some strings for you.
Tobias Gregson, an inspector at Scotland Yard. Until recently, he was suspended from duty, but it would appear he's back in action now. He's actually quite well known, appearing as he does in the adventures of Sherlock Holmes. And for that reason, he can't say a word wrong to the story's author, Iris. But there are limits, surely. Or there should be.
Watch it, sunshine.
Sorry. Why is everyone reading my mind?
What gives then? Don't tell me you're on this case.
Yes, I'm acting for the defense. So we're here to investigate.
Dear me. That's the situation, is it?
Is it really that troubling? A measly 5 bob? Is that all you got? Yeah, she does look older. Her outfit's changed a little bit too. You're a lawyer, ain't ya? You can stand to carry a bit more copper around in your pockets, Mr. Naruto. Oh, we love our pickpocket friend. What? Hey! That's my last bit of spending money, that is. You can have it back. I'll have to charge you for all the bother. 3 bob. This is Gino Lestrade, a pickpocket, or diver, born and bred in the East End of London. In the case that led to my own suspension 6 months ago, this is the young girl I was defending in court. What's your problem, Elder? Diver? Pickpocket? What's with all the name calling? Stop reading my mind! That's illegal! You want a bag of chips rammed down your throat and all, do you? I thought you were proud to be a diver, Gina. You were just arguing with Inspector Gregson about it, weren't you? I assumed you'd been up to your usual tricks here at the showground. That ain't no way to talk to a lady, Odo. Half a year's a long time. People can change. I'm an apprentice now, learning to be a Scotland Yard detective. Gina Lestrade, let's fucking go. Called it. You'll have to call me what everyone else does. I'm Inspector Lestrade now. Amazing. Oh, I love that so much. In the first game, when we met her and her name was Gina Lestrade, I was like, interesting. Because there's a lot of like Sherlock Holmes like connections in this games, but like Lestrade, like she's here, but she wasn't a detective. Like Gregson kind of took that spot. Here we go. Oh, I love it. Inspector? I bet it's homemade, surely.
The inspector part isn't entirely accurate. No one calls her that. For what it's worth, anyway. Investigating is off the cards for all of us.
What's that supposed to mean?
Right, well, I'll be back up top. You hold the fort down here, alright?
Right, sir. This raises a lot of questions. It was 8 months ago now that I first encountered Gina, in connection with the case I was working on. At the time, she was living in the East End with a group of other orphans. She helped all of them survive by pickpocketing, but then she got embroiled in a murder. I had a lot of time to think in prison. I realized I couldn't go on like I was, but Davin weren't working out. Oh, I'm so pleased to hear it, Jenny. Well done. So, you went from being a pickpocket to a detective? You got it. Good, isn't it? Inspector Lestrade. Sounds like something out of a book, eh? Yes, exactly like something out of a book. Talk about a sea change. And then there's Iris's old man to think about. Iris's father, you mean? Yeah, I promised her, didn't I? I said I'd get all the police forces around the world to pull out all the stops looking for him. Don't mind me, we're just gonna... Why are you sweating so much, Runo? No, what? No, sweating? No, me? No. No, we're fine. Absolutely nothing wrong here. We're perfectly alright. What? Secrets? What secrets? No one said anything about secrets, Runo. What? Moving on. Just a small promise, then. Nothing serious. Oh, Ginny. You're so sweet. So anyway, I told Come how to go at the test for Scotland Yard. Only trouble is, I don't read so well, do I? Just a small problem. Nothing serious. And that's when Hurley approached Grexy and asked for help. So the inspector said he'd take full responsibility for Jenny and made her a sort of apprentice. That was very magnanimous of Inspector Gregson. And brave. Well, you know Hurley. He enjoys finding ways to make people do what he wants. The great detectives like sticking for dirt, in other words. So, the long and short of it is, if you got questions about the case, you can ask Inspector Lestrade. Right then, Inspector. Actually, there's still a big mystery surrounding Gina, isn't there? Oh, what, Bruno, what? Well, 6 months ago, Gina was the defendant in a trial prosecuted by the Reaper. A trial in which she was found not guilty. And yet here she is still. Come on, you're not still on about that, are you? A Legend of the Reaper, whatever it's called. Cool, you don't have to worry, Odo. If I didn't half worry, there probably wouldn't be a whole lot of you left. It's like I told you before, ain't it? The Reaper's kinda like him upstairs, so he knows what I'm like on the inside. I ain't really done nothing wrong. Nothing wrong might be stretching a point. What about Mr. Natsume in Japan? He's perfectly fine, isn't he? Well, that's true. Perhaps the Reaper is more discerning than I thought. Exactly. So I ain't worried. I'm totally fine. Cool. It was out of this world, it was. A brainy bloke put a bunch of levers on his machine, and suddenly it started billowing smoke. It just went pop. I ain't seen a better experiment there yet.
I don't think that was like what was intended to happen.
Sorry? You mean, you saw it, Ginny? With your own eyes? You watched the man die. Yeah, of course. Boss in charge, ain't he? Keeping everything running smooth, I mean. The boss being Inspector Gregson, I suppose. That's going to take some getting used to. So all I have to say is I'm on duty and I can do whatever I want to. Get this, I was up in one of them flying balloons when it happened. Watched it from above. No, you're so lucky, Jenny. Maybe I should join Scotland Yard too. Yeah, do it. You know how to put the boss in his place already, right, Iris? You'd have no trouble at all. Then it's settled. When do I start? No, you can join Scotland Yard, Iris. We'll see. Anyway, what I don't understand is this. If the machine exploded so spectacularly, how can Professor Bunnybrain still be claiming that his experiment was a success? Oh, right. Well, it was a success, in a way. It was? How can it have been? Surely after the whole machine blew up, no one could call the experiment a success. It's like I said, it did sort of work. I mean, yeah, there was a load of smoke and that whopping great bang. But where do you think they found the victim's body, eh? In the Crystal Tower over there. I'm sorry, what? Hello? They found what now? I have questions? Hello? What? Hi? What? In the tower? You can see for yourself, can't you? You can see for yourself, can't you? Up there above the scaffold. Oh, where the glass is broken, you mean? Yeah. Okay, well the victim got in to start with. Really did get beamed through the air, whatever, and landed all the way over there. Are you sure it didn't just, you know, get fucking blown away by the boom? By the explosion? Hydrate? Yes, more hydrate. Will do. Posture check. Thank you, Punisher. Oh, stretch. Water. Okay. Where were we? So, you see? It did kind of work, didn't it? What? I don't believe it. I mean, I don't get the ins and outs of it, but anything's possible, right? With science. Oh, I'll tell you what. You're gonna have this. It's a plan of the experiment they drew up at the yard. Are you sure? Yeah, come on. I had 3 bob up here before, so fair's fair. Yes, I didn't actually give that to you. Did I? Looks in his pocket, realizes he only has 2 bob left. It's like, nah, shit. A diagram showing the relative positions of the Crystal Tower and Professor Harebrain's machine that exploded. The sketch of the experiment has been entered into the court record. Okay, but the cage was here. It ended up over here, I assume? But so maybe it didn't get exploded over there. Otherwise, a lot more of this would have been broken, but... Or, not even that. It would have been obvious that it was flying and not teleported, so who knows. Something Inspector Gregson said before seemed a little strange.
For what it's worth, anyway. Investigating is all on the cards for all of us.
Yes, naughty old Gregson ran off after that without explaining himself. Oh, right, that. The boss said no one's allowed to investigate that weird machine what blew up yesterday. Well, that's not fair. We're representing the defendant. In that case, could you at least tell us what you've learned from your investigations? Nah, you're not getting it. We ain't allowed to investigate neither. Why? What did the boss call them again? The Forensic Investigation Team, I think. Anyway, apart from them lot, no one's allowed to lay a finger on the scene. Bit funny, isn't it? So even Scotland Yard's own detectives can't investigate. Yes, I've never heard something like that before. Thought I could have a gander on the quiet though, but the boss caught me at it. You probably heard him giving me an earful about it before we're down here, didn't you? It's not bleeding fair. I think you were giving him as much of an earful back as I remember it. Yeah, well, sometimes I think it's all them shits what make him so stubborn. You say something, Tsumoto. Go on, see if you can get rid of him. He's up on the platform above us, is he? With the machine that exploded? We can try, can't we, Reno? Craig's gonna listen to us. Well, he might listen to you to some degree. Oh, I guess we're heading up then. Let's do a quick look around. That's where the cove ended up after his instant kinesis, or whatever they call it. Dead, of course. And yet they're calling the experiment a success? What's the wooden scaffold in there for? The coppers, lads, set that up after the incident happened. To get the body down, I think. Dunno, really. Didn't you help erect the scaffold then? Nah. Ooh. Look out, dude, it's more my thing. Wandering around the exhibition and keeping a lookout for the fun stuff. Mind Gregson doesn't hear you saying that, or he'll give you the boots. It's incredible though, isn't it? I mean, could the victim really have bridged that gap by some sort of invisible kinesis? Probably not. I guess it wouldn't be the biggest. Well, no, it'd be pretty shocking. Even in Ace Attorney, that's kind of a lot. The Crystal Tower. It's certainly an apt name. It was built to be the focal point of the exhibition. And it definitely is, being so tall and with all that glass. I can't imagine a building like this ever being erected in Japan. There are lots of exhibits inside the tower as well, apparently. Of course, there's an observation deck, but there's also an art gallery, a zoo, and a museum. But I heard you had to queue for 3 hours just to get through the doors. Well, at the moment, the shattered glass from the failed experiment may well be the biggest straw. And thanks to that accident, the whole tower is shut. Suddenly, it's not the Crystal Tower anymore, but the Crystal Glass Shower. Apparently, everyone's taken to the skies now to look down at the disaster area from above instead. But there's a 3-hour queue to go up in a balloon now. Londoners must be very patient people. These stairs obviously lead to the stage above. We should go up there and investigate the exact spot where the experiment was being conducted. Not what I expected to happen, but that's fine. October 22nd. The Great Exhibition Grounds. Experimentation Stage. So that's it, is it? The machine that blew up? Oh, it must have been a magnificent explosion, and I've seen my fair share. You've seen things like this before, you mean? Of course. Hurley's always doing experiments that end in a bang. In fact, in his own words, explosions are the very essence of chemistry. That might explain the smell of burning that frequently comes wafting up the stairs. One time, he made something that exploded with such force it took the roof off the building. I wish you'd been there to see it, Runo. It's hard to get too excited about that, given that I now live in the roof. Well, anyway, that's enough about that. It's time to investigate. Look, Inspector Gregson is over there. He seems to be deep in thought about something, whilst eyeing up the machine carefully. Really? He just looks confused to me. Probably more that. It ripped itself apart magnificently, didn't it? Magnificently. And mercilessly. So someone stands in the middle of the machine to be disassembled and then beamed through the air. Yes, beamed. Not blasted. That's the point. Yes, that part's crucial, really. Is something like that even possible, though, Iris? Oh, Bruno. I'm just a child. How should I know? You're the smartest damn child I've ever fucking met. A child when it suits you, you mean? From what I can tell, I think you better pull this lever here.
Stop! Don't touch that!
That was practically instantaneous kinesis the way you flew over here just now, Gregsy.
Please, your ladyship. I don't mean to start here, but I can't actually touch anything up here.
So sorry. You're gonna have some of my latest special blend to make up for it.
Ah, wonderful. This stuff really is wonderful.
It's just like old times, this is. Now what the hell's going on here, Gregson? We're representing Professor Harebrain in court tomorrow, Inspector, so we should be allowed to examine the scene.
Listen, Sunshine, even I'm not allowed to touch anything up here. It's that blasted Hold on. Special dispensation for scientific equipment act to blame. It's driving me potty.
And yet, it's probably a good thing to have. Oh, yes, that special dispensation. The professor mentioned that too.
More red tape's all we need. I don't know what that government thinks it's playing at sometimes.
You have no idea how much red tape is actually probably helpful to not you, Inspector. Sometimes it does suck. Sometimes it's important. Sometimes it sucks even when it's important. I'm also never a fan of when a cop says that red tape's a bad thing. I'm like, no, let's add more. Let's add more tape. Well, we're allowed to just look, aren't we? Surely that's alright, isn't it, Crexy?
Of course, your ladyship. Anything you say, your ladyship. But please don't go dirty hands dirty, will you?
Don't worry. We wouldn't dream of touching anything, would we, Bruno? She really knows how to get what she wants. Damn good at it, too. That amazing horn-shaped device is pointing towards the crystal tower. I suppose once people are disassembled by the machine, they're shot out of that thing to wherever they're going. Yeah, red tape over black ink. Good stuff. I don't think it was supposed to shoot anything, Bruno. It was set up to beam people to the crystal tower, where they'd be reconstructed in their original form. Well, I don't like the look of it. If it was as amazing as it looks, the accident would have happened in the first place, of course. I suppose that's true, yes. Nothing ever goes according to plan, does it? So those are people carrying balloons, dangling silently in the skies over London. I always thought the day would come when humans would discover how to fly. But I never imagined it would involve them being suspended from colorful, floating Tamari handballs. Hello, Quiz. Hi, how you doing? Welcome. I'm sure it must feel amazing being up there among the clouds. Let's take a ride together. Thank you for the subscription, for the sub. Bleh, words got all tangled in the middle of that, but thank you, Quiz. I appreciate you. I appreciate all y'all. If I'm being perfectly honest, I would like to try it. But without a cast iron guarantee that the thing won't plummet to the ground, I'm too scared. Oh well. In that case, I should tell you what Hurley said. It's physically impossible for a flying balloon to plummet to the ground, as long as it doesn't explode. Yes, call me crazy, but I think that exploding part might play on my mind a little. What's life without a little risk? I can tell you, it's called life of anxiety. I know that from experience. Considering how badly damaged everything is, Professor Harebrained was lucky to escape unscathed, I'd say. Yeah, the voices are fun, and I'm glad y'all are all here to laugh at it. I don't know. We should have a good look around the machine while we can, I think.
Touch anything and I'll make sure I kill you before I get strung up myself, yeah?
I won't touch a thing, I promise. So please, spare a thought for your digestion. Anyway, do you really think that this machine could actually disassemble people like the professor claims?
Yes, looks totally incredulous. Give it a rush, sunshine. If we were allowed to examine all this bleeding scrap metal, maybe we can answer that question. But we can't, can we?
Because of the annoying rules, you mean?
Exactly! The annoying, obstructive, flaming rules.
Oh, look at the base of the machine there. Oh yes, there's a tool of some kind poking through the wire mesh. Seeing Quest react to him and this man and his fish and chips is the best. It's a screwdriver, I think. Oh, isn't it a lovely one? The handle is in the shape of a capital letter A. It is? Oh, yes, you're right.
What's the matter with you? Don't touch anything, I said. Touch anything, I'll make sure I kill you before I get strung up myself, I said.
Yes, I understand. Sorry. Only touched it a teeny weeny bit. But Gregsy, I'm very curious about the screwdriver. Really, very, very curious.
Of course, your ladyship. You're so clever, your ladyship. Fancy spotting something like this. But I'm afraid I can't let you have it.
But Runa found it first.
I assure you, I'll investigate it thoroughly.
He's gone off with it. That was very mean. I'm afraid Inspector Gregson's going to make a very clumsy and embarrassing mistake in next month's installment now. Poor Gregsy. She wields her power for evil and I'm here for it. There are all sorts of strange buildings here in the Great Exhibition Grounds, aren't there? I seem to remember something similar being exhibited in Japan one time. Oh, in your country, Bruno. I do wish I could go and see it. I present a particularly steely samurai with the present of one of Hurley's stories I'd written especially, and see if I can get Hurley into a jam against one Batitsu Jock Mastered Ninjas. I don't think any of those words made any correct sense. You might not find as many of those sorts of people around as you think. Oh, that's dull. Oh, but I do know a prosecutor with a Shanmagi top knot that I could introduce you to. A Shanmagi? Really? Do you think I could have a picture taken with him, do you? Gosh, she's so tourist, it's funny. Oh, yep. Oh, yeah, you know the Steel Samurai now, don't you, Quiz? Assuming he'd recovered from the trim Kazuma gave him a year ago, yes. Forgot for a moment that when we last saw him at the beginning of this game, we saw him with Sato. And out with Ryunosuke. Using high voltage electricity to somehow disassemble a man's body. And then beam him across to the Crystal Tower. It's an extraordinary thing to attempt, especially in public.
True, it was by far the most unusual of the experiments planned for the exhibition, mind.
That's a very funny typo, though. Very good typo. Bit surprised I was allowed. Carrying out something so dangerous with so many spectators present, I mean.
The government's doing everything it can to promote new science and technology at the moment. They're more worried about being ahead of the game than the onslaught of public safety infringements. If they can be the first to develop some new technology that makes Britain more powerful in the future, you say?
Yes, I suppose that's true, in a way.
So the powers that be are placing a heavy emphasis on scientists' rights at the moment.
Rights are never a bad thing. What sort of rights?
They're making it so that any theories the brains have remain their legal property, as it were.
Ah. The beginning of British IP laws.
Right through developing it into a practical idea and even going into production. But the infuriating reason is coppers aren't allowed to touch the crime scene. Because the new highfalutin special dispensation for scientific equipment act forbids it.
Ah, I see now.
The only people with permission to investigate here from some brand new department in the yard.
God, I wish. God, Punisher, I wish. Because tomorrow's my long day too. That being said, while I'm here, as a reminder for those of you who aren't fucking doing jack shit for Thanksgiving, I'm just going to be doing some art all day. And by doing some art, I mean I'm going to be making for Whist the same thing I made for Caden, because his birthday's coming up too. When is Thanksgiving? Thursday. Which, yeah, Thursday. Because I, thankfully, don't work on Thursday. Or at least my Thursday. Your last time, yeah.
The forensic investigation team, it's called. We've been relegated to keeping guard.
The forensic investigation team.
Any old fool can see this heap of scrap metal as a sham to begin with. Well, just because it says scientific equipment on the paperwork, I can't do a flaming thing with it.
Oh, Gregsy. He's very het up, isn't he? Yeah. Well, we know better. 30+ dogs. Wait. 30? Oh god, dear lord, that's so many dogs. I mean, pet all the dogs. But also, dear lord, that's a lot of dogs. So much. Remind me again, what's this new legal act that means we're not allowed to touch the scene here?
I haven't out of sunshine. As the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act, please stop making me say it over and over again. The SDSEA. Please just call it the SDSEA from this point on.
Yes. I think Hurley mentioned that recently. With a real twinkle in his eyes, I remember.
I'm sure he did, your ladyship, I'm sure he did. But especially for this great exhibition it was.
30 puppies technically sounds worse, if only because that's a lot of pee to clean up, because none of them are going to be housebroken.
All scientists have to do is present their ideas or inventions to some suits in the civil service, and it gets rubber stamps as a guarantee of rights to maintain the invention's confidentiality.
What does that really mean?
Think about it. Think of all the world-changing new inventions on display every day at this exhibition. Although a good half of them are little cobblers, if you ask me. Put forward by shamans like yourself.
Hey! Thanks for that. Oh, I love how absurd some of the inventions here are. It's all so fun.
It might be fun to you, but a member of the force has to be present at every single demonstration. Can you imagine, eh? Hang science, that's what I say.
Okay, Greg, you're gonna have to stop. Oh, I don't think so. That sounds like a dream job. Oh, absolutely. We need to go find a blue police box. It's very important. In fact, it might even be near this very exhibition, like this display that happened here.
You'd soon think otherwise after spinning a dead gun on those shaman's bogus contraptions.
But if they're all bogus, how can anyone hope to demonstrate them? There'd be no point.
Yeah, well, there is a point, sadly.
Sorry?
Thanks to another of our government's bright ideas. If any theory or invention is deemed to show potential, the government hands out a research grant.
Oh, my favorite doctor. Okay. So let me... Quick my own history time. Dogs also get a turkey dinner. I mean, to be fair, cookies and chips are pretty good. Turkey's kind of whatever, in my opinion. That being said, where was I? Okay, so I started watching with the new generation. So there was 9 through 12. I haven't caught up in a while, but I still know the 13th. Apparently the 14th is David Tennant again. I'm like, what the fuck? I need to catch up. It's been too long. I don't have time. What? Anyways, but I've seen a few episodes from the first Doctor, and a little bit of... I've seen like one episode of the third. I've seen a little bit of some of the older ones. David Tennant was really good Doctor. I'm trying to think about purely the Doctor themselves and their personality. Peter Capaldi was fun. Peter Capaldi had a really interesting like character arc. I like that. Matt Smith was just fucking hilarious and fun all the time. Jodie Whittaker is good. She's... Ooh, probably David Tennant. David Tennant was a really interesting dichotomy of like the whimsical and the super serious in a way that some of the others just haven't been. That I found really fascinating and cool. Tennant's good. Tennant's good. Yeah. Maybe 10. What about you? What's your favorite Doctor? War Doctor was a lot of fun. Anyways. The scientists get funding?
Exactly. Well, that's what they're all after. All these shammers coming from far and wide to clog a bad park. And who has to keep them all safe, eh? Who has to smile politely and welcome them? Us coppers, that's here.
Yeah, like, I'm not here to, like, talk about, like, whether or not writing of any of the Doctors was good or bad or anything. Just purely from a personality and, like, style standpoint. Jodie Whittaker was a lot of fun. And Matt Smith as well. Which is incredibly silly. Which was good. There's just something about David Tennant's Doctor that I really enjoyed. But, I don't know, they're all good in their own way. Listen. Oh, everything's gonna be eaten. Oh yeah, no, that sucks. That's horrible. They should, jobs like that, like, they bring stuff, they should have, like, refreshing throughout the day. That was very funny. So it's like, here's like morning stuff, and then it's like halfway through or later on, like, because especially if it's in shifts like that, they just bring, like, they have someone bring in some more food for the people who, that should be mandatory. Anyways, Christopher Eccleston was also very interesting because he was immediately after the Time War. For various reasons, that was interesting. But yeah, she's my carer. She cares, so I don't have to. God, yeah, that was interesting.
So you see what I said now, can't you? Hang science, hang it!
He started doing audio? Oh yeah. Oh, maybe I can see a point. Apparently Professor Harebrain lives and works in Germany now conducting his research.
That's right. Going back to Britain, especially for the Great Exhibition, as I understand it. Probably after one of the government's research grants.
Actually, we learned something else about the professor earlier today. About his time in further education. It turns out he was at university with someone we both know. Lord Van Zykes.
What's that? That's news to me. But if Van Zykes man's the prosecution, there's the accused, the prosecutor, the professor's fate is
sealed? Because the Reaper will get him one way or another.
Blimey, that man's beyond me. I don't know what goes on in that head of his.
Gregson, why does your voice hurt me so?
Talking of Van Zykes, this morning's paper ran the story of him being attacked. Read that.
You know what, I have to alter his voice a little bit, because I can't do it alongside everyone else's. Little less gravel. The gravel is what hurts. Oh yes, but Mr. Reaper is completely fine. Nothing to worry about.
Yes, right. Glad to hear it. Still, the Reaper, eh? How long's that business gonna keep up, I wonder?
The victim of this case, the investor, Mr. Asmund. He was another of the Reaper's victims, or so I heard.
Lord Barak von Zaks is a top-class prosecutor. But even he can't always push the right verdict through. Sometimes justice can't win.
Yes, I've heard about jurors being bribed and evidence being falsified. And that's how the notion of the Reaper of the Bailey came about, isn't it?
Obviously. Scotland Yard suspected von Zaks initially. Well, assumed he was taking matters into his own hands if he failed to seal the deal in court.
Although the man himself denies that charge.
Well, we've done a very thorough investigation, and the conclusion we reached is that Lord von Zaks is in no way related to the deaths of those people outside the courtroom.
Ooh, ground terror and magnemite. Very interesting.
There's no question in my mind. I'd stake my reputation on it, I would.
But if that's true, then how do you explain it? All those defendants couldn't just have coincidentally died if nobody killed them.
I know that, but I can't explain it. It's a mystery after all, isn't it? That's the whole point of the Reaper.
Professor Harebrain mentioned something else. He said that at university, Lord von Zykes was a totally different person. Easygoing and kind.
Ew, what?
He said that it was after they both graduated that something happened to change the man. Do you have any idea what it was?
No clue.
Inside check. He's definitely fucking lying. Really?
Look, I've got my hands full of watching over this frustrating crime scene. Why don't you go and make a nuisance of yourself elsewhere, eh?
I just realized, I wonder if I do it like that, if Wisp would be able to understand that accent. It's not quite that strong. I'm sure it's fine. Oh, boy.
Personally speaking, 9 times out of 10, I find clues turn out to be red herrings.
Totally irrelevant. That's actually a fairly persuasive argument. Inspector, have you read this paper?
Yeah. 2 unwelcome blasts back to back. This one acts the exhibition, and the Reaper getting attacked.
I know. Terrible news to wake up to, wasn't it?
I tried to pretend I hadn't read it and turned over for another 40 weeks. Thanks to that, I was late up and got a roasting from the super.
Some mornings are like that, aren't they? Yeah, that happens to me sometimes. I think we've done what we can here. Let's take a look around. Ah, he's gone. Probably an interview. Interrogation, whatever, both. He's just standing there, menacingly! Oh, absolutely. My problem is, I just don't like getting out of bed. The bed is so comfortable no matter what time of year. I don't like getting up. Lord Van Zykes. I think he's ignoring you, Runo.
The prosecution and defense should avoid speaking outside of the courtroom as a rule. So if anyone is being rude here, it's most certainly the man in black there standing before us.
Oh, I see. Well, thank you for setting the record straight. Did you see that? He spoke to me, Runo. So, Lord Van Zykes, have you managed to visit the Great Exhibition yet? He's definitely ignoring you. Right. No niceties either, then. Oh, this was a pointless waste of time to come here. Nope, no Sholmes. Why must you do this to me? I almost want to finish looking at everything. Hello? What is this? And how did I not see you before? What is all this? For some reason, the ground is damaged in this spot. Look. Almost as if there was a fire here or something. Yes, if you look closely, there's some scattered ash and burnt embers too. Well, I suppose there was a big explosion just above here. People probably wouldn't bat an eyelid at a small fire like this would have been. I'm not sure we English are quite that laid back, Reno. Ah, it looks as though somebody dropped something behind the tree just here. Dropped or hid? What is this crossbow-looking thing? What is this? Some part of the machine that exploded? Maybe. It could have fallen from the platform above in the blast, perhaps. What's going on here? Oh, nothing. I think I'll hang on to this, just in case. A very curious device found behind a tree under the experimentation stage at the exhibition grounds, almost as if it had been hidden there deliberately. Oh look! What's this? A ripped piece of cloth. It's not like any fabric I've ever seen before. It's very thick and stiff. Moving on. Fire a stake at him? Yeah, it could work. It looks extremely durable. It's canvas, I think, with some sort of rubber backing. And the edges appear to be a bit charred as well. Maybe that means it had something to do with the explosion. Let's make a note of it while Ginny's mid-yawn. A torn piece of canvas-like material backed with rubber that was found under the experimentation stage. There are scorch marks at the edge. Alright. Bruno, listen! What? What is it? I've been thinking. Hurley might know something, mightn't he? About what? About Mr. Reaper. About what happened to Lord Von Zykes, you mean? Because it sounds like something very significant occurred after he graduated from university. Something that completely changed his life. Maybe, but I have no idea where to find Mr. Sholmes at the moment. He's in the middle of some big case, isn't he? Here, this is what you need. What's this? Some kind of entrance ticket? Madame Taspels? Is this supposed to mean something to me? You don't know it? It's the most popular attraction in London at the moment. It's very close to Baker Street, actually. We can go now if you like. No, we don't have time for visiting attractions today, Iris. We have a big trial tomorrow. But that's where Hurley is. What? At this popular London attraction? Yes. How is it that you know where he is? Hurley told me. But he told me to keep it a secret from you, Bruno. Madame Tussauds. Yeah, I was like, this has to be, the spells. This has to be based off of something. My first thought was Madame Trousseau, but I have no idea. Madame Tussauds. I don't see how it could be related to the case we're investigating here, but then stranger things have happened, and when they happen, Mr. Sholmes is usually at the heart of them. A new location has been added. Oh, we're back. Okay. October 22nd. Madame Tussauds Museum of Waxworks. Never mind, it really is Madame Tussauds. Okay. Or whatever it's called. Is that am I thinking of the right place? The fucking wax stuff? Is that Trousseau or is that something else and I'm being stupid?
When am I not being stupid?
Oops. Jack the Ripper. I'm not sure what I'm... What is this place? Look at all these terrifying scenes. But why are all the people so still? Guillotines? Ruthless murders? I know what I'll be dreaming about tonight. They're all wax models. They're amazingly realistic, aren't they? Oh, right, the tutorial voice for Catherine. What did that sound like? It was like... God, I don't remember any lines from Catherine now as from the narrator. What do you think, Bruno? Shocked? Shocked? Wax models? They crossed the dungeons with Madame Tussauds? I read about dead bodies and wax once in a magazine about strange phenomena. Depending on how corpses are kept after death, parts of them can turn to wax, apparently. It's called a dipsaire. Stop talking about creepy things like that, Bruno. You're scaring me. Anyway, a dipsaire doesn't form readily, you know. It's only in very specific... What now? I've just remembered something else I read. In another magazine about strange phenomena. There was an old lady, maybe a witch, who used to pour molten wax over corpses and put them on display. None of the exhibits in here are real. They're all entirely man-made replicas. It can't be! Do you really expect me to believe that? Just look at them! Oh. There's no way anybody can make models of people that are this realistic. One of these things is not like the other. And they're all such gruesome scenes. Wait. What is it? Oh, no. I must be seeing things. Also, I'm pretty sure that guy over there in the green Bobby outfit. Wait a second. Okay, wait. First of all, that's definitely not a wax statue. He's definitely real. Also, why the fuck does he have that other Bobby's scarf? The one that was permanently connected to his wife. Oh, no. I must be seeing things. Hey, dumbass. What are you doing? And what did you do? Oh, they're both real. There's so much to unpack with what I'm looking at. We're gonna start over here. Realistic wax bodies, that's definitely not gonna come. Oh! Quizmaster, you're right, you're a genius! You're a genius! The body in the explosion was a fake. The one that was in the explosion, the one that was in the experiment, was a fake. The real body was found in the Crystal Tower. It wasn't teleported there, it was already there. He was killed at the same time as the explosion took place. To frame Hairbrain. Someone put a wax figure. Maybe. That's just a theory. That's just a theory. But what if it's true? Is this some infamous murder?
A game theory.
Yes, called Jane the Ripper. All her victims were young women.
But that's just a theory. A game no, okay. We're good. I don't even watch game theory. I'm not doing it. That's a hi, bye beast.
I knew it. You can tell by the way she's holding the knife. Sure sign of a murderer. Well, yes. Ah! What's the matter, Runo? I've worked it out. I know what she's doing. Jesus fucking Christ. She's trying to fill that bathtub with blood so she can have a soak in her victim's gore. I mean, yes, that is how vampire... No. How's this tied to FNAF? The murderer was a wax figure that had an endoskeleton to make it move. Like, these are actually animatronics. Wax animatronics. How does that work without them being destroyed? Nobody knows. I need to change that stream elements thing so it actually has the throne link. That would probably be helpful, wouldn't it? Let me do that real fast. Actually, no. I'm actually going to go on break for a minute because my throat is oof. But we'll do that in just a second. Quick 5-minute break. Oh, right. Technique quotes. Thank you, Punisher. Allow me to explain the pyramid. Pull the same number of blocks as the number you mean to climb up. You'll have the support you need to reach higher and higher, like a pyramid. Remember this basic technique. The only thing is, it'd have to be soft wax because otherwise once the armature stops moving, it's just gonna break all of it. Like hardened wax will just shatter because it doesn't articulate. Not according to the information about the exhibit on the little board here. It doesn't mention anything about the bathtub. Really? Sorry, I don't think it's significant. I still think it has to be there for a reason. Okay, so this is actually a good moment. Now, we've been going for about 2 hours. We're going to take a quick 5 minutes. Get some rest, walk around, drink some water, rest the throat. And in that time, I'm also going to adjust that timer there to actually put the link on it like it's supposed to be. So, I will see y'all back here in just a few minutes. Make sure to get up and stretch and walk about. And yeah, I'll see you soon. Alright, we're back. Hello, welcome back. Wait a turn. What's interesting about this scene is that this looks very like old school anime, which is very different from the rest of the style of this game. So I'm just like, what's going on? Hi, Maya. I'm so curious about what the hell is going on over here. Is this an arm? It looks like an arm, doesn't it? Maybe one of the waxworks models has fallen over. Jesus Christ, Wishwatch. Here's the thing. Could it have been an email? The answer was probably yes. You don't think it could be the work of one of the mass murderers in here, do you? Runo, stop scaring me. Is it a wax arm? Or a real one? Oh wow, yeah, no, that was a bit ago. Come on, you're always pointing that finger of yours in court. Poke that arm now and see how it feels. Objection! Hi, Monica. Welcome, welcome. How you doing? That big, heavy curtain is in a very prominent position, isn't it? I have a nasty feeling there's going to be something truly terrifying behind it. God damn it, Punisher! Oh yes, that's the famous True Spell special exhibit. It depicts one of England's most notorious killers. Do you want to pay the extra fee and have a look? Pay more money? To be even more terrified? Oh, let me think about that for a moment. It was only a suggestion. Now what's the deal with this guy? Those models are so well made. I can't tell what's a waxwork and what's a real human. Well, maybe all the exhibits are real people. And when it's closing time and all the visitors have gone home, they suddenly stop moving about. No, that is not Gregson. We saw Gregson earlier. Ugh. Just thinking about it makes me wish it was closing time already and I was on my way home. I think this is legitimately a statue because of the way, just like the way it looks. I'm pretty sure this is not a statue. I'm pretty sure he's the guard. This guy, however, I'm not sure. You know, I don't think the arm's a dead man. I think that's a statue. These two are real. And then obviously he's real. Because he's a fool. This right here? Yeah, no, that's Herlock. Alright, Quizmaster, see you later. I hope it goes well. Ugh, is this an example of Western Shujigiri? I don't know what that is. You know, when an unscrupulous samurai randomly attacks a passerby to test his sword? I still don't know, no. But actually, a waxwork samurai would probably be hugely popular. Could you model it, do you think, Runo? Doing that Shujigiri thing you mentioned? Well, I do have a sword, but I've no intention of testing how sharp it is on a human subject. For now, at least. Oof, yes, get food. Food is good. Food is important. Eat. I say as someone who probably... No, I eat fine. Oh, that's a funny place for little latter. Thank you for the lurk. What is it? Is something wrong? No, it's just that in Japanese, we have a totally different word for a ladder that folds in half like that. We do in English too, you know. It's a step ladder. Or just steps. So be careful of making assumptions about other cultures, Runo. That's how wars are started. I didn't realize stepladders were an international point of contention, but the writer makes an astute point. Fucking goddamn it. Of course, they fucking brought this goddamn stepladder joke back in the Great Ace Attorney. Fuck. I completely forgot for a moment. That was a damn thing in the original trilogy. Alright, asshole, what are you doing? It's It's the great detective, Mr. Herlock Sholmes. Mr. Sholmes has his own wax statue in here? Really? Well, he is world famous after all. It's an uncanny resemblance, isn't it? It makes my skin crawl to look at it. I know. But look, Reno, you can kick this Hurley and he doesn't move a muscle. You can't go around kicking the exhibits. Just fucking kick him in the shins. Let's go. Wait. It just moved, I'm sure. And not just a little bit either. Hmm? Really? Did it? And look closely. There are beads of sweat on the face of this waxwork model? Hey, dumbass. Notice what's happening here. Shall we move on, Iris? Over there, look. There's a great murder scene to enjoy. Oh, you missed it? Kick it again? Sure. How would I punch it in the chest?
Hold it!
My dear fellow, I take exception to your recoiling in such a manner, as if you've seen something truly abhorrent. Mr. Sholmes! I knew it! Iris, what possessed you? I strictly forbade you from divulging my temporary waxwork secret to Mr. Naruhodo. Temporary waxwork? What do you mean? And that kick. Could you not have exercised a little more restraint? You wouldn't at me. But Reno has something he needs to ask you. Oh, she knew it the whole time. A question. And I thought you'd probably be getting bored too. So here we are. Well, I can't deny that your timing was impeccable. With 2 minutes more being stationary like that, and my great brain, upon which all my success has been built, would have turned to wax. Thank goodness we arrived in time? Oh my god, why does Courage the Cowardly Dog keep coming up recently? Rah rah rah, kick him in the knee. Rah rah ras, kick him in the other knee. Give him the other knee. Oh dear god, I don't even remember the fucking context for that. Indeed, in many ways, the pair of you just saved the world from an unimaginable loss. Oh, Hurley, you do like to talk nonsense, don't you? You could know something, it's true, about Lord Van Zykes and what happened in the past to change him. But all things considered, I'm pretty sure he ain't gonna tell us. Now that you're here, let's take our time. How can I be of assistance? For you're in luck. I'm suddenly quite taken with the idea of conversing. Oh, well, actually I'm in quite a hurry. That was Yu-Gi-Oh! GX? That was also Yu-Gi-Oh! GX, wasn't it? I thought that was Courage. I thought I remember that in Courage the Cowardly Dog as well. Or at least part of that. It could just be a very old joke that's been reused a lot. I could also just be misremembering. That's also entirely possible. Oh, well, actually, I'm in quite a hurry. What was the context in GX? I don't remember that either. What was it in GX? And if my eyes don't deceive me, I believe something is afoot within the walls of this very museum. A most fascinating case, if I'm not mistaken. Really? Moreover, I have a strong suspicion that is related to the matter about which you've come to me now. But how could it be? We shall speak again presently, my dear fellow, but for now I must return to my work. What? Back to being a temporary waxwork exhibit? Oh, you're absolutely unhelpful. Those models are so well made, I can't tell what's a waxwork and what's a real human. We already saw this. That's how Hurley gets away with making himself a temporary exhibit for the day. Maybe there are other people posing on exhibits in here then. Or maybe all the exhibits are real people. And we already did all this. Ugh, just thinking about it makes me wish it was closing time, blah blah blah. We already saw that. I don't remember that at all. Japanese performer. Well, anyway. Oh, absolutely. To be fair, that's not technically his canon outfit. I have the extra content turned on so that Ryunosuke, Susato, and Shomes are all wearing special outfits. But also, yes. What is this place? Madame Tuspelos came to London from France 3 years ago, I understand. That does not help me at all. Since she opened this little waxwork museum last year, it's enjoyed great popularity in London. There are museums like this in Japan too, but these displays are something else. I mean, they aren't made from actual real people, are they? The extreme realism of these waxwork models is a particular secret of the Tuspelos family, they say. They earned renown during the French Revolution for waxworks of victims of the guillotine. Ugh, that sounds grim. The gruesome scenes were portrayed with such realism in the expressions of the faces of the condemned. Apparently, the sculptors would make the models directly from the corpses, right there at the site of the executions. That really turns my stomach. That is one of several legends about the Tuspelos family. Whether there's any truth in it, I couldn't say. But anyway, this museum houses models of infamous people from all over the globe. Nevertheless, the most popular area of the museum by quite some margin is this House of Horrors. House of Horrors? Are you sure it can't be the House of Horrors instead? That sounds much more pleasant. Of course, visitor numbers are dwindling now as a result of the Great Exhibition. But people usually flock here to see the exhibits of some of London's most vile criminals at their gruesome work. Naturally, most of the miscreants portrayed here were sent to the gallows. So they're even stiffer now than the models of them. Have you heard of poor taste? My dear fellow, the public live for poor taste. They yearn to be shocked. So, the hideous exhibits in here they're all portrayals of real events that actually took place. Is it just me, or did the temperature in here just seem to drop? Did anybody notice that the temperature just dropped? Anyway, I advise you not to think too deeply about what you see here. Oh, he's back to being a waxwork, is he? What do you mean by a temporary waxwork, Mr. Sholmes? Exactly what you see. I'm part of the exhibits here, catching these criminals in the act. Catching them? Every half an hour, I home in on a different killer in one of the displays and adopt a new pose to ensnare them. When members of the public come for a closer look, I offer them my hand to shake. For a shilling, I'll happily allow them to take a photograph with us. Us? Does he mean him and the waxwork murderers in here? But why, Mr. Sholmes? My dear fellow, isn't this obvious? For the money! See, now this sounds like a job I get bored real fast. I'd say this is a job I could do. It's like, well, yes. He really roared at me there. Very fitting for the House of Horrors. As it stands, I may struggle to pay this month's rent. But I have the ravenous iris to consider. Oh, Hurley, I'm so hungry. Oh, I love her. If push comes to shove, I shall have to ask you to do your bit, Nurse Naruhodo. What's he threatening to rope me into now? So, with that in mind, how about a photograph? As a special treat, you may have your pick of the murderers and scoundrels in here. The choice is yours. Maybe some other time. Remember, Mr. Naruhodo, ignore me at your peril. Thank you for the lurk, bye, beast. back to being a waxwork again. Is it just me, or did his final remark there sound like a lot like a curse? Well, what is it you'd like to ask me then? Actually, it's about Lord Van Zykes. Did I sneeze? Ah, our friend Mr. Reaper. How did you find him? Well, I trust. Got a bit of a tickle in my throat. So I apologize for the coughing. And so I filled Mr. Sholmes in about everything I'd learnt. About Lord Van Zykes, about Professor Harebrain, and about the strange coincidence that they had been at university together. So I'm wondering what it was that happened to make Lord Van Zykes such a different person. I was sure that you know, Hurley. You said there was something going on here in this exhibit hall before. That something was afoot. And that you believed it was related to what I wanted to ask you about. Mr. Sholmes? I think he's gone back to his waxwork charade. He suddenly clammed up. Well, it seems we reached the unavoidable greetings. Oh no, hi. Oh, hello? Guys, we have a witch. We have a witch. Be still, hold on. I'm not gonna pass judgment just yet. And what's she wearing? Does she look any more mysterious? Hello? Oh, I love her eyes. Please don't be the murderer. Please, dear God. Are you Madame Chuspel? Okay. Her family's technically French. We already know that, so let me think. Let me get some water while I think. Oh God, I don't know how to do a French accent, fuck. Shit. I hope you are appreciating my museum. Sorry, have we? Mr. Sholmes, do you know this? You found the clip? Wait, you found a clip? What did you find? Not again. My apologies. I am Esmeralda Chuspels, and this is my museum of waxwork. You're the Madame Chuspels? Bien sure. Though only 26 years young. Oh my goodness, she's my age. She's a year younger than me. Not including the fact that this takes place like 100 years ago. 100 plus. Only 26 years young, I might add. Kick them in the knee, Yu-Gi-Oh! GX. Nice. Is that significant somehow? I'm a madam in name only. Just certain je ne sais quoi. Right. Firstly, I must apologize for my waxworks, or rather, one waxwork in particular. That'll be Mr. Sholmes, then. I was led to believe he was a great detective, but he seems unable to settle. Oh my goodness. The fakest appealing with the random French phrase. The fakest appealing with the random French phrase. Ugh. I'm trying to remember how it sounds, period. Hold on, I wonder if I can go look up real fast and make sure that it doesn't get brought into stream. It should be set so that you won't be able to hear this while I look this up real fast. Hold on, hold on. What is that? You're weird, fish. What's this? What's this? Okay, there you go. I had it. I had a reminder. I should be good now. Next time you move from your designated exhibits, there will be toil and trouble. Glass Joe? Absolutely not Glass Joe. She sounds deadly serious. That's a problem. How am I supposed to ask Mr. Sholmes about Lord Van Zykes now? Let's not forget what Hurley said before. About something being afoot right here in the museum, I mean. Yes, I know, but... I'm still curious. I want to know what's happening here. Haven't we got enough on our plate already? Oh my goodness. I shouldn't love her, we just met her, but dear God, I fall in love fast. What? That's an extreme wax play. Oh God. Fuck. Sorry, brain broken trying to decide between things. Have him as proper French instead of a random fake Frenchman? Thank you, Punisher. Anyways. Do I say the thing that I was going to say? No, with the then. And now I've never considered wax play, but for her I'm willing to make an exception. Did you make all these waxworks, Madame Tispalis? I did. I'm the third generation of waxwork. No, that's something about that still doesn't seem right. Just want to hear it being spoken. I don't necessarily need a full lesson right now. I just want to hear what it sounds like. Match work for me? Bye, Maya. Enjoy work. Yeah, good luck at work and all that. Let's see, huh? No, no, I want... Fine, I'll look up Glass Joe. Jesus Christ. Ice play the coolest circuits. Yep, we gotta stop the make sure we don't overheat. Very important. Problem is Glacier doesn't talk a whole lot. Fine, fuck it, whatever, we'll just move on. We'll ignore it. There was a third generation of Oxford artisans, you know? Gosh! It was my grandmother who began the tradition in my family. Her fortunes were checkered, living through the turbulent times of the French Revolution as she did. Although that is when she acquired the savoir-faire that leads to the astonishing lifelikeness. All these waxworks really do look as though they're alive. In fact, I look more alive than Hurley. What you see exhibited here represents the most atrocious of London's criminal past. As your earthquakes were created in the presence of the real people on which they are modelled, in the hours immediately following their executions. That is the secret to the extraordinary lifelessness. Tired, romantic, and a bit depressed on a lower tone. Ah, God, where's Kate when I need her? That is the secret to extraordinary lifelessness. That sounds terrifying. All walks of life have similar challenges, I'm sure. To carry out one's trade par excellence, one must go to extraordinary lengths. My exhibits are a reflection of society. I create only that which the public wishes to see. Ugh. Why couldn't the public have wished for something less horrifying? Do not fear. Sorry? This room is the only one in the museum with such a macabre theme. I do hope you'll explore. There are models of famous singers, actors, politicians, something for every taste, I hope. It was Iris who dragged me straight in here, come to think of it. Sorry, perhaps I should have eased the end of things. What's the situation with that? My temporary waxwork model? He approached me some days ago, you see, with a business proposal. Oh, what sort of proposal? My dear madam, what these sparse exhibits need is the addition of a world-famous great detective. Oh, words to that effect. Naturally, I'm well aware that Mr. Sholmes is widely known in London as a talented detective. It's great detective, actually. He's very specific about it. Yes, the creme de la creme. So I was keen to come to some arrangement with him, of course. That's true. It'd be a little less funny, though. But sadly, we were unable to agree terms. Let me guess, someone wanted to charge an exorbitant price for her services? For a mere £500, I will dive into your cauldron of wax this very moment. We're just gonna move on. Oh, words to that effect. Mr. Sholmes might have overdone it slightly with the sales pitch. Regrettably, the museum has a shortage of funds at the moment due to unforeseen circumstances. I am in love with this design. Fucking kill me. So we came to the current arrangement instead. Surely he doesn't really need to do what he's doing, though, does he? I would think not, but he was very insistent. I have a 50 shilling problem that must be resolved by the morning. 50 shilling? Or words to that effect. It's the pawnbroker, that's what it is. You must have something to redeem. Is the consulting detective work not going so well? I wonder, could I ask you something? Bien sûr, bien sûr. Incredibly. What? No, it's actually more than that. I think she actually has like a super long braid that's mostly hidden by her neck. But yes, agreed. It's also like the one eye cover. And just kind of the general demeanor and the way she holds herself. Makeup is also fucking on point. It's good shit. I'm just curious, is anything going on in the museum at the moment? Some kind of incident, perhaps? Whoever suggested such a thing to you? Oh, well, it was... Your temporary waxwork over there who mentioned it to me a little... Oh! He's disappeared. A wax model is a work of art, not some tawdry object for trade. There you are! Leaving the exhibit again. There it is. She has actually a really long braid. Leaving the exhibit again when he should be working. Do you wish to be melted down? My dear Madame Tuspel, save your reprimands. There are more pressing concerns. The wax can wait, and our ideas about your current problem we must throw into the melting pot instead. Personally, I would advise you not to involve the police. Why others not? She's turned as white as a sheet. Because you have at your disposal a great detective whose services you may employ for a mere 50 shillings. Though please be aware that I prefer... No, I insist upon payment in advance. Very well. Let us see if the great detective is able to live up to his name, shall we? Before I engage my analytical processes, I must ask you to clarify something. What, pray, is behind the curtain? That is the Tuspel's special exhibit. There is an extra charge to see it. Ah, the special exhibit in the House of Horrors. It must detect a special killer then, I presume. Would you be so kind as to draw back the curtain, I wonder? Absolutely no. There is nothing amiss behind there. Nothing amiss, madam. What about the arm protruding ominously from under the curtain? I strongly encourage you to allow me to see what lies beyond before the situation worsens. Yes, very well. I will draw back the curtains, but only a second. No, I don't know what that means. I don't speak French. Not even a little bit. I think she said second. I must confess, I peeked behind the curtain earlier. Tuspel's special exhibit is a very bleak graveyard scene indeed. And yet, somewhat surprisingly, the waxwork killer one would expect is nowhere to be seen. Here we go! Here we go! What does strike one, however... Ah, shit. Whoever said it was right. I don't think that's a statue. S-O-U-P-C-O-N with the C and it has an accent mark on it. I know this guy. He was on the jury once or twice. Shit. There's the portly gentleman lying peacefully on his back on the floor. Is it peaceful? Is it peaceful? I don't think it's peaceful, you guys. Well then perhaps, Mr. Sholmes, that man on the floor is the ruthless killer himself. I'm afraid not, my dear fellow. He's a perfectly ordinary London gentleman. Not even a waxwork, in fact. What? As skillfully made as these waxworks are, they are always undistinguishable from real humans. So allow me to present my two conclusions. The first is that a sizable business transaction has been taking place in this special exhibit. What? Why would you say that? And the second is that the aforementioned transaction is linked to a serious crime. Oh boy. She looks as pale as candle wax. I don't understand. I said it. I said Sukon? Sukon? No, I don't remember how I said it. I know not to pronounce the P. So, Madame Tuspels, you've agreed to my fee. You shall now have the pleasure of seeing this famously great detective and temporary exhibit at work. Sukon. I think, actually, no, I think part of why I figured it out is like, because Garçon, so Sukon. Why is she so cute, though? To begin with, we must ask ourselves what exactly is afoot here in this museum. The answer is revealed by the bundle of banknotes protruding so helpfully from your bag. In my estimation, some £200. That is my own money. In English, it's a small amount of something. French, it's suspicious. Where was it? I will draw back the curtains, but only... Oh, but only a little. She only drew it back a little. That is all my own money. So what does this large sum of money reveal? Not as much of the involuntarily glance you cast, it would seem, Madame Tussaud's. Yes, the answer lies where your eyes now fall. Significant, the £200 revealed by that public notice. Waxwork for sale. Your business has hit hard times, it would seem. In short, you sold the infamous killer, the centerpiece of your special exhibit, for the sum of £200. No. No, let us explore the next curiosity with which we are presented. Who was the portly gentleman stretched out so peacefully on the floor? It would appear the man suffered a severe shock, the cause of which is clearly known to you. Unfortunately, madam, keeping secrets does not appear to be your forte. What dealt the man such a shocking blow was, of course, the £200. This man is quite the fool. It would appear that you twisted this gentleman around your little finger most effectively. What are you suggesting? He rashly agreed to purchase the waxwork for the sum of £200. Only when he came to hand the money over did it occur to him what an extraordinary amount he was paying. But the money was no longer in his hands. And the result? The scene we see before us. He collapsed in shock. Mr. Himbo, I love you, but you need to stop being stupid. Sure, why not? Boy, I feel like I just gained 5 levels of exhaustion listening to that. Yes, the killer of the special effect in this special exhibit fetched a killer price. We can only pray that the gentleman's dreams are not plagued with regret. Okay, yeah, sure. I'm still sticking to my old theory that with Quizmaster's help of the fact that it was definitely what we thought was it was in the machine when it went boom. The machine did not kill him. The question that arises then is what has become of the waxwork that changed hands? Let us consider that problem for a moment. You cannot possibly... What immediately strikes me about this conundrum is the young man standing over there. Oh, his head just moved. Who is this fellow? To find the answer, we need only observe his neckerchief. Statues available. Please inquire. Such is worn by policemen as a secret sign to follow members of the force that a crime is being perpetrated. Yes, this young man is an undercover policeman currently investigating this museum. I know him well, in fact. It's Sergeant John Clay. What are you talking about? The man's quite a celebrity. He received triple accolades at last year's policing awards. But... Next, we turn our attention to the old man sat before him with this particularly unsightly visage. He has a tag on him, I just realized. I've been watching closely, and he hasn't moved a muscle. Almost, in fact, as if he were a waxwork. He does also have a tag on him. You know, a price tag. Yeah, but you... Your reaction only confirms my suspicion, madam. I noticed it at once, of course. Observe. I think that's actually on his scarf. The telltale sign that instantly proves whether or not this old man is a waxwork is the obvious price tag. Threepence. A tragically low price, you might say. No, that's definitely the price for the scarf. Though perhaps the going rate for aging waxworks real cracks. And yet you sold it to the portly gentleman for an exorbitant £200. Sort of plucky behaviour that's sure to attract the attention of Scotland Yard. Isn't that so, madam? I do not... Yes, the waxwork you sold has already been seized by the police, and remains in their custody as we speak. The old man was to be reunited with his grave in the special exhibit, and not a moment too soon. This fool. Thus concludes Herlock Sholmes' great deduction of this horrifying puzzle. Why is it that he's only a complete idiot when I'm around? Am I that hot? Is Ryunosuke that beautiful to you? I love that she's got the pot ready. I see I've stunned you all into silence. You have, Harry, you have. And you've obviously upset this young lady in the process. Her cauldron looks awfully hot. If I could just bring up one point, Mr. Sholmes. The notorious Naruhodo 1 point. I'm all ears, my dear fellow. According to your deduction, then, the special exhibit featured this old policeman. So, that would mean that he's the particularly ruthless murderer, wouldn't it? The killer policeman, Ultimo. Sorry? There's a mysterious series of murders that rattled the capital only last year. The police rushed to the scene every time, only to find the culprit had disappeared into the ether. And it turned out the culprit was a policeman himself, a senior officer by the name of Ultimo. So you mean that's who the sinister-looking old man there is supposed to be? Indeed. There's a particularly grim face, is it not? Unforgettable, in fact. Yes, I remember that odious countenance only too well. But is £200 a lot of money for a wax model? It would be enough to afford one of the latest steam carriages, if that puts things in perspective. So, it is quite a lot then. Is there anything else you would wish to add? Before I melt you down? The bubbling wax is looking more and more ominous. The smell of all that molten wax is starting to worry me. Mr. Sholmes did more or less just accuse her to her face, so... I think I might have a call on your assistant here, Iris. Is that alright? To make some minor corrections to the great detective's great deductions? Of course it's alright. We'll soon set things straight. Well, let's get started then, shall we? Before Manitou Spells vent her anger. Just what I was waiting to hear, my dear fellow. So, Manitou Spells, in accordance with our agreement, you shall now have the pleasure of seeing this famously great detective and temporary exhibit at work. I love that it's called course correction. It makes everything about that just seems funny to me. To begin with, we must ask ourselves what exactly is afoot here in this museum. Blah, we already been this part. The answer is revealed by the bundle of banknotes protruding so helpfully from your bag. Estimation, some £200. Quite a lot. This is all my own money. This is all my... What is that some reveal? You're looking at something. Not so much the involuntary glance you cast would see in Manitou Spells. Yes, the answer lies where the eyes now fall. Nope, that's probably a little bit too low. Look higher. You wasn't looking that low. Oh, sorry. She definitely looked in this direction, it's true. But I'm not sure she'd sell any of her waxworks, even for £200. Oh? She must put her heart and soul into making them, don't you think? Over and above the wax. If it were me, I wouldn't sell them for anything. For that much money, I would. But it sounds like that makes me a bad person. Well, anyway. I wonder if the £200 could have some other significance. Let's follow that furtive glance again and see if there's anything else that could explain it. Hello? First of all, what's up with this guy? Is seems this well-dressed gentleman is alive after all, just not alive and kicking. And he's not a waxwork or a model of a mass murderer. I'm not sure I'll pay £200 for him. I don't think the man's up for sale. Well, anyway, it was a silly place to put him. Other museum visitors could easily trip. I don't think the man was put there on purpose either. What's this note say? What's that note doing pinned on the wall there? Oh, yes, let's see. Dear Madam She Spells, we've taken the prisoner from this room. The price for his safe return is £200. They're ransoming out a wax statue? Okay, sure, why not? Have the money ready by noon on October 23rd. That's tomorrow. What? This is... It's just like this sort of thing that's been left behind when someone is kidnapped. Yes, it's a ransom note. Exactly.
Take that!
The significance of the £200 are revealed by that ransom note. Quite so. We must congratulate these criminals on their inventiveness abducting a waxwork. £200 is no small ransom fee, but you clearly intend to pay it. The murder in question has special importance, so I put together all the money I have. In summary then, the £200 you have in your handbag is ransom money. Now, let's explore the next curiosity with which we are presented. Who was the portly gentleman stretched out so peacefully on the floor? It would appear the man has suffered a severe shock, the cause of which is clearly known to you. She's hiding something behind her back. Unfortunately, madam, keeping secrets does not appear to be your forte. What dealt the man such a shocking blow was, of course, the £200. So if the waxwork was kidnapped, where does that leave us in terms of who this man is? We could just ask him when he comes round. I think the point of this exercise is to understand the beauty of the deduction process, Iris. Yes, you're right. Heard he's trying so hard, we mustn't let him down. Well, there's little doubt that he suffered a shock, that much seems clear. But in that case, what's Madame Two Spells trying to hide? Let's have a closer look around. Let's look at her face. Yeah, be good. Long hair braid. Madame Two Spells has very long hair, doesn't she? Yes, but you couldn't tell looking at it from the front. You know, it looks rather like a whip, don't you think? The sort of whip that could floor the gentleman with a single crack. That seems a little far-fetched, even for you, Runo. She whips her hair back and forth. She whips her hair back and forth. Hello? What is this? Her? This is just Madame Two Spells' right hand, isn't it? I'm pretty sure that's not. Oh, hydrant posture check. Thank you, by beast. Oh. Yeah, that's definitely a wax arm. That's not hers. I can see her holding it. Yes, it must be. I can clearly see her left hand after all. Yeah, but that's also clearly a left hand. Look at where the thumb is. Oh, but wait a minute. This is a left hand as well. Look. Don't say such creepy things, Iris, please. Zoot means shoot, and Zoot Daror is son of a gun. Yeah, also the different scum color, it's a left hand, and it's bigger than hers. And it seems very stiff, too. Zut d'alors. In fact, it's really hard. You mean it's made of wax?
Take that!
I think she hit this man over the head with the arm. What dealt the man a shocking blow was, of course, the waxwork hand. Indeed, with a solid waxwork limb, one could deliver a very substantial blow. How could you... The hand protruding from the bottom of your cape. It ought to be a right hand, but closer inspection reveals that it is in fact a left hand. And somewhat masculine as well. In other words, it does not belong to you. It is the hand of a waxwork model. I can't remember if it's Diaror or Daror. Is it Diaror? Daror. Daror or Daror? Slight difference. Some of the visitors to my museum can be troublesome. They meddle with the exhibits and cause damage. So you mean that arm? Yes. These gentlemen saw fit to try to remove it as a souvenir. Okay, also looking at it, this actually makes sense that there's probably an armature underneath it's built on top of, which is also common of a lot of clay statues. From my understanding, like a lot of things have armatures underneath, and you can clearly see it there. But damn, it's still really good work. No smoke. It also reduces the amount of material you need, and you can reuse the armatures. Art lesson. Now I'm just looking forward to Thursday, just working on art all day. I'm gonna be starting from scratch. Like the Caden bust, if any of you saw it, like I'm gonna be doing that again, but starting from zero, and you all get to watch the process. That'll be fun. No small keepsake. They're taking a whole branch of a cherry tree when you go to view the blossoms. I am afraid I had to teach the man a lesson. You confronted the man and tried to take the arm back. As a result, the scene we see before us, he was knocked unconscious. A point we need to revisit later. Before the time being, we have our conclusion. Yes, the killer in this special exhibit has been kidnapped. The question that arises then is what had become of the waxwork that changed hands. Let us consider that problem for a moment. It cannot possibly. What immediately strikes me about this conundrum is the young man standing over there. I think he's whacked because I think the arm comes from him. We only observe his neckerchief. Now, yeah, this is the man where the left arm came from. According to Mr. Sholmes, the yellow neckerchief is assigned to other policemen that some crime is underway. A way of communicating with his colleagues about revealing his identity, yes. It's a secret that's closely guarded by Scotland Yard. That Mr. Sholmes didn't hesitate to give away. Again. Well, uncovering secrets is in any true detective's nature, of course. Right, anyway. Judging from Madame Chuspel's reaction to Mr. Sholmes' deduction, I think perhaps we might not have identified the man quite correctly. Oh yeah, he's wax. I thought he was real. A secret scarf sign to warn other agents of an ongoing crime. I know! That sounds so thrilling, doesn't it? Maybe I'll try to work it into next month's installment. But then the police's secret will be revealed to all of London's 6 million inhabitants. Well, he'll just have to come up with a new sign, I suppose. Or you could just come up with a new one. How does this 10-year-old man have such terrifying influence? Let's just make up a new sign. What the? The man has a stub sticking out of his shoulder where his arm should be. Well, that settles that then. Right, this isn't a real person at all. His entire arm's been ripped off from the shoulder down. His arm's been... Of course. That ties in with what we just found out.
Take that!
Who is this fellow? To find the answer, we need only observe his shoulder stub. No such boneless human walks this earth. Of that I can assure you. He's tried. In other words, the man standing here, the young Sergeant John Clay, is in fact, defying all odds, a waxwork model. I seem to remember it was you who concluded he was a real person in the first place, Mr. Sholmes. He has become quite a celebrity in London, being the winner of no less than 3 policing awards last year. I simply had to make a model of the man. Naturally, what other explanation could there be? It was this detective's arm that was pulled off by the man on the floor in the special exhibit, wasn't it? Next, we turn our attention to the old man's had performed with a particularly unsightly visage. No, he's real. He's a real dude. When watching closely, and he hasn't moved a muscle. Almost, in fact, as if he were a waxwork. But you... Your reaction only confirms my suspicion, madam. I noticed it at once, of course. Observe. The telltale sign that instantly proves whether or not this old man is a waxwork is the obvious price tag. No, maybe he actually is a waxwork. He just... A killer policeman called Ottermole, was it? Was he well known? He was all over the papers last year, but I can't say I know what he looks like. It's a very low price, though. Threepence isn't much money. Only enough for a few measly hours of gas in Mr. Garrideb's delightful lodgings, in fact. Wow, that's a throwback. So this is the special killer taken from the special exhibit, is it? The waxwork was that somebody stole from the museum and tried to ransom for 200 pounds. And this crusty old killer policeman Ottermole? Really? Perhaps we should have a good look around again and see if another idea crops up. He does have the scarf on the arm. Oh, no, I told you he's not dead. He's not wax. I don't believe it. It's the secret sign that lets other detectives know some criminal activity is underway. Yes, it's a slightly strange choice of outfit if he was trying to go unnoticed. He must be a detective disguised as a policeman. Or a detective disguised as a waxwork model of a policeman. He doesn't look like he's clever enough to think of something like that, though. Perhaps you should try to be a little more polite about him, Iris. Hi, welcome back, Quizmaster. Turns out, a waxwork model from this museum was stolen! Oh. And also, this man is definitely not a statue like we seem to think he is. 3 pence? It's a far cry from 200 pounds, isn't it? For 3 pence, you can buy it and put it on display in your room, you know? I think I'd rather not go to sleep being watched by an old man if it's all the same to you. Yeah, no, not into that. We're good. Go away, Edward. We don't need you. This price tag does stand out, doesn't it? I mean, you can't even buy the helmet on his head for that much money, I don't think. I wonder what the price tag's really for, then. It's for the scarf. Or, yeah, the big scarf here. But also... Look at this! The old man's tapping his foot like crazy. He seems to be fast asleep, though. He's not tapping his foot consciously, then? So you mean... It must be a twitch. Never mind that. The point is, waxworks don't tap their feet. Oh, a twitch. And look at his arm, too. We've seen a scarf like that somewhere else around here, haven't we?
Take that!
Oh, back. This is gonna sound interesting. I feel like I've been having more back trouble recently. That's fine. Telltale sign that instantly proves whether or not this old man's a waxwork statue is the obvious twitch. Even the most realistic waxworks do not exhibit a twitch. In other words, the splendid old man is in fact a genuine member of Scotland Yard. Slight slip in your choice of adjectives, then. Well, at least your ankle's doing better. And there you have it. Well, Madame Tussauds. Well, what? It was me who contacted the police and demanded that someone come in the first place. He is clearly fatigued. He's soundly asleep. But then, what's this tag showing a price of 3 pence? No doubt the price tag of the muffler which the old boy purchased recently at a local market. And I presume you've observed the scarf tied around his arm? Does that strike you, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, the secret sign used by detectives to show that some criminal activity is currently underway. Of course, because, as you know, there has been just such criminal activity happening here. As you deduced from the very beginning, Detective. So it would seem that we finally arrive at the truth. Being the person people talk to talk shit about other employees gets tiring. Punisher, you need to be open with them, like... So it would seem that we finally arrive at the truth. Like, if you're not comfortable with that, you need to make sure that they know, like, hey, I understand you have grievances, or whatever. Please don't bring that to me. Like, you just gotta be honest about it. Like, I'll admit to be one who sometimes talks shit, mainly like grievances about it, but I generally do it with other people who are, you know, have already indicated, no, that's fine, to vent a little bit, normally about the boss. The waxwork of the especially ruthless killer from the special exhibit has been kidnapped. And Scotland Yard are already investigating. But the moral's whereabouts remain a mystery. Thus concludes Herlock Sholmes' great deduction of this horrifying puzzle. That doesn't answer the question of who that guy is. Well, so normally you would say yes, it's been stolen. But they left a ransom note, so I'm going to say kidnapped. Weirdly enough. I feel like we didn't really solve much of anything in this situation. Like, hey, we found out your statue's missing and is being ransomed. That's it. That's all we got. All sorts of people visit my museum here. Men and women, young and old. Sometimes they drop in just for a short time on their way back from the pub. I welcome them all. But if anyone tries to damage my exhibits, I do not take it lightly. Oh, right, no, that's right. The guy tried to take John Clay's arm. John Clay's wax arm. Anyway. No, she's French. I'm sorry, did anyone else's heart just stop for a second? Alright, sorry, hold on, I'm good. No, correct. Cute witches, yes, thank you, wristwatch. Cute witches. Let's fucking go. Didn't help that the manager's one of them. Ooh. Your heart is frozen as cold as ice. That's fine. So technically the answer is yes, just not recently. Your great deduction was even more enchanting than I had led to believe. It was a pleasure, my dear madam. I'm gratified that you enjoyed the spectacle. As for your rough customer, I've no doubt he'll regain consciousness shortly and return home. No unauthorized flirting in the chat. Don't want to make people uncomfortable. I've no doubt he'll regain consciousness shortly and return home. Wink wonk. Sorry, I didn't think so. Okay, what concerns me more is the waxwork from the special display, if it was indeed genuinely abducted. Yes, tragically it was. So I'd ask you to recount to us the events surrounding the stolen waxwork. In as much detail as possible, if you please. Very well. But after I have told you what I know, I must insist you return to my work. Yes, hard chocolate. Very helpful. Very good thing to warm up with. Your theory is that the wax model got swapped out for the dead guy who then used it to fake his own death. My theory is slightly different. I think because obviously they have the corpse. They have the dead guy. He's definitely dead. Like, it'd be pretty obvious pretty quickly that it was a wax statue and not a real human corpse. No, what I think happened is that the wax statue that was stolen was put into the machine instead of Asmund himself. Somehow, without anyone noticing, a wax statue was put in there. I don't know. Or maybe it was in there the whole time. Like, before the public showed up, he was already in the machine. I don't know. Regardless, the real man was not there. The machine was still sabotaged, or maybe it was just bad, and it exploded. But at the same time, the real Asmund was in the Crystal Tower, where he would have been beamed, potentially already dead. He might have been dead before this happened. Like, it's entirely possible he was killed in the Crystal. He was killed, put in the Crystal Tower, and then the wax statue was put in. Oh yeah, no. Great Ace Attorney is fucking Scooby-Doo, but on the court side. Okay, now I'm getting... But after I told you what I know, I must insist that you return to your work. The talents of a great detective could be put to better use, I feel, but as you wish. Tell us more about the stolen waxwork, please. It was some days ago now, when I came in here one morning. I immediately noticed that a waxwork was missing from the special exhibit here. It is your most prominent display, so that's why the curtains were closed. They found the ransom note in its place. The culprit must have broken in during the night and taken it then? This waxwork that was stolen. It was a model of some horrible criminal, I suppose. A particularly horrible criminal, in fact. A killer who left a more profound scar on society than any other, I would say. The Professor. I'm sorry, what? First of all, isn't that Jack the Ripper? And he's standing, like, a little over there? Second of all, who? Not a name I've heard of. So, Mr. Naruhodo, seems the circle is complete. Sorry? The Professor case happened at around the time I was born, didn't it? Indeed it did, Iris. 10 years ago, a series of murders that rocked the capital. 10 years ago? Yes, at exactly the time that Beric von Zykes graduated from university, in fact. Uh-oh. 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 Y'all? Uh-oh. Yeah, I think we have an issue. Okay. Probably professor at the university. Probably Von Zykes professor, if I had to guess. His capture probably happened when he attacked Von Zykes and gave him that scar that he now has. Ah, shit. There's so much to unpack here right now. What? Surely he's not saying... That's the Edgeworth situation? Sort of. Okay, so you've already beaten the first game? I don't want to spoil anything for you. So the big event that changed Mr. Reaper's life. But actually, you're right. There's thinking about Edgeworth's past. Yeah. As you surmised, it was the Professor case. Who was this Professor then? You played up to the part where you get the second assistant. In the first game, the second assistant... Okay, So, case 6, I think, is what you're on then? Because that's technically, it was like added into the DS version of the game. Because it has some DS specific things. And I believe she was, yeah, head prosecutor. Yeah. It was a series of gruesome murders that had all of London gripped in terror a decade ago. After 5 victims were killed, the man was arrested and put to death. And now he's immortalized here and walks for all Londoners to admire and enjoy. Though of course, he happens to be absent at present on account of the abduction. But I don't understand. How is all this related to Lord Van Zykes? You must first understand, my dear fellow, why it is the Professor earned such infamy. It was due to the victims he chose, some of Whitehall's finest. What do you mean, Harry? Those murdered by the Professor were some of the highest members of the British aristocracy. Grinch, oh my god. In other words, okay, so the portrait that Von Zykes has in his office is probably of his brother and or father, a close relative, and that close relative was killed by the Professor. Members of the nobility, even royalty, sent shockwaves through the country's administration. Members of the... Wait, of course! Professor Harebrained said, Lord Van Zykes is from a family with noble blood. I guess his brother as well. Oh gosh. It was the fifth victim that led to the Professor's arrest. The last of the killer's prey was a young noble, okay, he's saying young, definitely brother. Young noble by the name of Clint von Zykes. No, I don't believe it. Von Zykes? I'm sure you can piece together the rest for yourself. In the wake of his older brother's murder, the young Romeric pursued a career as a prosecutor, and eventually became the Reaper we know today. I had no idea Lord Van Zykes had such a tragic past. Well, I'm afraid that's all I can say on the matter, for the time being, at least. After all, I have work to do. There's a waxwork exhibit. Whew. I'm afraid I shall have to excuse myself as well. Oh, yes, of course. It's been a pleasure. Thank you. It has been an absolute pleasure, madam. It's been a pleasure. What do you got for tea? Maybe lunch? What a nice dinner. Sorry, I'm getting lost in your eyes. Hi, sorry. We're here. Sorry, quiz. We're good. Well, none of the predicted scenarios I've been analyzing involved you coming to... Oh. Wait. Cyber spray bottle? No, wait. I'm not drooling. Robots don't drool. We're good. Well, none of the predicted scenarios I've been analyzing involved you coming to visit me here. Wait, who is this? Oh, it's Professor. It's been too long, it really has. What was his name? Or what was his voice, I mean? No, a little bit higher, like, kind of from London, noble, and like of noble standing, but also a bit of a nerd. It's been too long, it really has. I'm delighted to see you back. It's been 10 years. Okay, that one might be the case. And here we are, meeting in a prison of all places. I can't forgive myself to what happened to Mr. Asmund. I just can't. I still can't believe it could happen. Tomorrow, the court will decide. Yes. I have a young Eastern man acting for my defense. He seems reliable enough, though. It was an accident. A terrible accident. He assures me he can prove it.
I must warn you.
Oh, I know. I've heard already. You're going to be prosecuting, aren't you?
Yes.
Since I returned to England, I've heard lots of stories. Beric, are you really?
What?
Never mind. I know that you have my best interests at heart.
My friend is on trial. I wasn't entrusted to anybody else.
That's why he wanted to be the prosecutor. I kind of had a feeling that it was something like this. Of course, I fully understand. Thank you, Beric.
Until tomorrow, then. I'll see you in court.
He does have a beating heart. And not just the one that's stored in his closet in a jar. How wonderful. You love to see it. He's going through a Grinch moment. How lovely.
October 23rd, 8:52 a.m. The Old Bailey, Defendant's Antechamber.
I can't believe it's been 6 months since I was last allowed to work in court. And now here I am, back at the Old Bailey. Ah, Mr. Naruhodo. Good morning, Professor Hairbrain. I don't understand. It doesn't make any sense. The atmospheric pressure in here is off the chart. I've never felt anything like it. It's crushing me. I feel it every time I'm in here. That gravity. Well, this is Britain's highest court. But are you telling me it's fitted with some kind of device that can actually control air pressure? I think it's probably all in the mind. Ah, yes, well. You won't let me down, will you, Mr. Naruhodo? I'm counting on you in today's trial to save my life! To save the secret of my super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine from being made public! Whew, hold on, I need to breathe. I'll be honest, I thought I was going to flub it up on instantaneous, but somehow I made it through? Weird. My cold reading is getting better. Yes, I understand. I know what I have to do. I have to establish that the explosion 2 days ago was nothing more than an unfortunate accident. Well, I'm sure there's nothing to worry about, really. Justice will prevail. I think this is going to be Strongheart.
My commiserations, Mr. Naruhodo. You appear to have been lumbered with a most tiresome case here.
Oh, it's Sherlock Holmes. Mr. Sholmes, I didn't expect to see you here. Exactly, neither did I. That was very mean, Runo. Leave me alone at home with... See, now I flubbed it. How? Leave me at home with Hurley? Took me at least an hour to wake him. Is it? Are you... Sherlock Holmes?
Indeed, sir, I am he. Sherlock Holmes.
Oh, I've heard all about your exploits even whilst living in Germany. Ah, yes. France's magazine is on sale in Germany, too. He's on time for once. Yeah, that's kind of a miracle. I'm gonna give Iris credit for that one. And this month's installment was sublime. Your deduction in the adventure of Silver Blaze was wonderful.
Ah, yes, a memorable case indeed. It concerned a snake, I seem to recall.
Now, how was the speckled band?
Well, thank you for coming. I do appreciate your support. I'm sorry to disappoint you, my dear fellow, but I'm afraid I can't stay.
Oh.
I have urgent business at Madame Tuspel's.
You mean your waxwork job?
No, the waxwork abduction, of course. Madame has engaged my services.
Ah, so you're trying to get to the bottom of that ransom note, are you?
The week's wages depend on it, as is the safe return of the waxwork, naturally.
As such, I intend to give him my undivided attention. Oh, well, never mind then. I understand. Of course, with my skills of observation and reasoning, resolving the matter will be as easy as proverbial pie. I shall return forthwith. For until I solve the case, I shall have no money to afford a pie of any description. Oh, then you must absolutely give it your full attention, Hurley. We need that pie. I'm more of a cake woman myself. I've got some in my fridge. Quite, Iris, quite. My life is riddled with irony, you know. Whenever I give something my full attention, I have a quite insatiable desire for a pie. Look, it's Thanksgiving. I am kind of craving a pumpkin pie now. I'm not going to have one. Maybe I'll make one next week. That's not a bad idea. Sorry, I'm thinking about pumpkin pie now. I'm drooling for a different reason. I mean, not drooling. One of the universe's intractable mysteries, you might say. Oh, yes, quite, definitely, absolutely. I totally understand. Is someone a little starstruck? I wish you the very best of luck, Professor Haber. Okay. I was thinking about this earlier. I forgot to look at him. Herlock. Why the fuck are you Von Zeke's apprentice? I know you are. I know it's you. I recognize that fucking jawline anywhere. Oh, why, thank you. Before I depart, Mr. Naruhodo, a word in your ear, if you please. What's this about? As you have remarkably little grounding in science, I feel I ought to inform you. As compelling as this super high voltage instantaneous kinesis hypothesis may be, a practical implementation, such as was attempted by the professor at the Grand Exhibition, is quite impossible. But the professor said the demonstration was a success. Yes, it would appear that he fervently believes it was. I've read Professor Bunnybrain's paper about it too, you know, and I have to say, I'm sure it can't be done. It can barely be done theoretically, let alone practically. So he's completely barking up the wrong tree? But how can an experiment that had no possibility of succeeding in fact succeed? That's contradictory. Okay, see, Quizmaster, we were right. The thing that died in the explosion was a wax figure. The thing that was in the crystal tower was already dead. And it's that contradiction that will be at the heart of this trial, I've no doubt. What's that supposed to mean? Now, I must hurry along. I wish you the best of luck, my dear fellow. See you later, Hurley. I bid you adieu. Yeah, boy. Well, it looks like you're on your own today, Reno. But chin up. You can do it. Oh, what about you, Iris? No, I'm afraid I can't help. I have something I need to do. I see. It's going to be a big surprise for you when you find out what it is. That sounds ominous.
Counsel for the defense and the defendant. Court is about to be in session. Make your way to the courtroom at once.
We're on our way. Stretch. An experiment of the laws of science they can't possibly succeed. And a science since you're convinced that it did. That's the riddle you have to unlock here, Ryunosuke. That's the key to this case. Hey, Dre, thank you, wristwatch. Look. Stretch, we ready ourselves. Seal our nerves and enter the Old Bailey. The Old Bailey courtroom. Oh, damn it, I missed seeing who's on the thank you for the mail. Oh wait, it's all junk. Junk mail gets deleted. Could have viruses in there, you never know. That's what that does? That is indeed what that does. It's like hitting me with a DDoS. Well, not quite a DDoS attack, but you know, you get the idea. It's just spam mail going straight. You know, they have that words are hard. Why are words hard all of a sudden? It's spam mail. That's all we need to know.
In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. We are sitting today for the public trial of Professor Albert Harebrain. I now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed.
The prosecution is ready. The defense is ready, my lord. 6 months out of practice. And what's more, I'm without Chisato-san today. You're without anyone today. You're fucking alone. This is kind of a new situation. Ugh. This is just my imagination. Why does the air in here feel even more oppressive than usual?
So, I must say I recollect the victim of this case all too well. Mr. Odie Asmund.
Do my glasses have screensavers? That's a funny idea. That is a very funny idea. But no, they do not. Mainly because I can also just do... Please hope this is the right button. Yeah. Wrong voice. Mr. Osmond was well known as a financier, though that was merely a front for his diverse criminal activities. Also, I completely forgot I should have done this while we were talking to the cute witch. Should have been in date mode. Would have been perfect.
It was only a month ago that
oh, let's turn off date mode. We're not in date mode. This is trial mode.
It was only a month ago that the man appeared in court prosecuted by you, Lord Van Sykes.
Other outfits. Not quite other outfits. Small accessory changes. But yes. I can remove that. Hey, hold on. I don't know if some of y'all have seen this. It's been a long time since I've shown this off. I've shown off the full outfit. Hi. Now I'm the tiny little Rika on the screen. How's it going? E. Too far. There we go. Hold on. Wait, I'm still zoomed in too much, aren't I? No, this is right. Hold on. Sorry, I have to take my glasses off. You're too hot. You're steaming. Wait, no. What was it? No, I have to put my glasses back on. So hot that it's steaming me up. Anyways. Good shit. Good shit. Let me make sure that this is close enough. Good question. I'll figure that out. Brings a whole new, going to the movies for me is just browsing Netflix or other streaming services. Oh my god, I need to save those. Sorry about the noise. You're so hot my cooling fans are working overtime. This is going to be me turning into reading pickup lines. I'm okay with this.
With the jury unanimously found him not guilty.
Because every member of the jury had been bribed by the sound of it. These powerful London criminals are prepared to go to extreme lengths to keep their freedom.
Well, 2 days ago, on 21st of October, Mr. Osmond met his end. The work of the Reaper, was it?
Is that how your lordship would describe divine retribution? But the fact remains that Mr. Osmond's death... I'm also gonna do something stupid. Don't mind me, I'm just gonna write something down. Definitely has nothing to do with the stuff. Track this to be in circulation. You're right, Dracula. Okay. When was Dracula? When did Dracula come out? That was into the 1800s, right? This takes place maybe 1870s? It's very vague. Somewhere around near the turn of the century. So it might be around this time, yes. Jesus Christ, Punisher. Oh my god. I mean, you're not wrong. A little bit more risque, but also very funny. Dracula is 1897. This is pretty close, then. This might be... It's hard to say because this is very nebulous timeline in this game. But... Where was it? There it is. Hey. Fine, I'll fucking... That one is a little bit more risque. Should I say that one out loud? Oh my god, Response, I do love that one. My gender is slamming your gender against the wall and making it blush. Oh, that's good. Breaks up. Alright, see you later, quiz. Sorry, I'm writing this down. It's very funny. There you go. You know, I fucking might as well. Why not? Why, yes. There are 3 vibrating functions. There we go. This has been Akamara Reed's dumb pickup lines. But the fact remains that Mr. Osmond's death was a direct result of the actions of the accused Professor Harebrain. Very well then. Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you have been selected at random to represent the will of the people. Are the 6 of you ready to fulfill your societal duty? You're new. Ooh, what kind of voice should we give this guy? Let's see. Very stoic. Probably a little more deep-voiced. He looks a little bit more noble. I'm most gratified to have been selected to carry out this important civic duty, my lord. To have a man's fate in the palm of one's hand. Oh gosh, oh golly. It sends shivers down my spine. What is happening with this jury? What are we dealing with here? Hello? Science experiments, magic, conjuring tricks, courtroom trials are nothing more than performances. This actually came a little easily. Any spurious scholar that defies the reputation of science deserves to hang. I'm pretty sure only adults are supposed to be in the jury. We have to listen to what's said on both sides of the fence and then settle on one. That's it, isn't it? Hey, it's the old Bobby from the Max place. Dude, where's your scarf? Oh, that's pretty good. He's got a gun! It's fine. Do you have a magnet on you? God, you're setting my mind aflutter. I love how I'm still hearing the typewriter noise of her eating that corn. CPU? Yes, I can control pets and upset. This is fun.
I don't like this, Amade. I don't like this at all.
Jesus Christ, these are all ridiculous. You people are wild. Where are you coming up with this shit? I don't necessarily know what that's what's trying to say. That's the police killer Automole lookalike. Again! And he's as exhausted as ever, it seems. At a certain point, I feel like I have to start asking for bits to read these out. Or actually, instead of bits, if you want, I would rather you all toss stuff at the chair on the throne wish list. I'll fucking read whatever you want if you do that. Shh. At some point, I'm just gonna have to start taking pictures. It's a good thing that this is it. These are terrible. Alright, last one, and then after this, y'all have to start paying me to say this stuff. Sorry, I can't see you too well. You're so cute, my graphics card can't keep up.
Now, as I'm sure you're all aware, the incident we are here to judge today tragically took place at the Great Exhibition shortly after its opening.
Though the death toll could have been far worse. With the exception of the victim, no one was killed. Nevertheless, the dream of the science being exhibited rapidly turned into a nightmare for the spectators.
A tragic turn of events, and as such the eyes of all London, no, of the whole world, will be on this trial.
Cheesy lines you can think up. I just... It's very funny, though. Like, no, like, here's the thing about these kind of cheesy lines, is I feel like they might, quote-unquote, work in a situation of just, like, being silly, not, like, 100% serious type. It's not something that you walk up to a bar, to someone at a bar and say these lines and it does anything. It's like, no, this is, like, among someone you're already flirting with, like, as a joke. In my opinion, as someone who's never fucking dated fucking anyone. That sounds like an introduction to a polyamorous relationship. You ever tried multi-core processing? No, I think I can do that better. You ever tried multi-core processing? God, that sounds like a weird, like the newest kink on the block.
It is our duty to reach a swift and just conclusion, I feel. So, your opening statement, please, Lord Van Zykes.
I mean, look, how else am I supposed to say it? Yeah, no, flirting... That's beyond me. At the heart of this incident is technology never before demonstrated anywhere in the world.
One of science's latest developments, I take it. The government is keen to capitalize on the Great Exhibition to improve Britain's technological advantage. Look,
if I've learned anything in my 27 years on this earth, what the fuck is flirting? I don't know how to flirt, and I don't know how to recognize flirting. And that's never more apparent than, yeah, it's just apparent. I feel like people have definitely flirted with me before. Some people have even admitted to flirting with me before, and I've been like, what? It's like, in certain circumstances, I feel like I can be romantic, maybe, but nope. Ooh, that's a good one. Punisher, I like that one. This is, okay. You need a new motherboard. How about a mommy board instead? Oh dear God, there's so many. Want to see how many error codes I can make you generate? Okay, I need to... God, here's the thing. If someone said this to me, I think I'd be fucking dead. I can never say these in all seriousness to anyone. Jesus Christ, Punisher. I mean, to be honest, even saying these out loud is kind of killing me a little bit, but still. We have just completely derailed this entire game. See, here's the problem. I feel like these aren't directed at me, especially because of, and I'm not necessarily asking for you to direct them at me, but it's basically because they're... Well, thank you, Punisher. I'm glad that people enjoy it. The technology being demonstrated by the accused was described as super high voltage instantaneous kinesis. Good lord! It's designed to disassemble human subjects using extremely high voltage electricity and beam them instantly to another location where they are subsequently reassembled. The game has rails? I mean, technically, I'm pretty sure it's something but rails. It's a visual novel. Is such a thing even within the realms of possibility? The answer is no. Well, I don't believe it, that's for sure. Disassembling people with electricity? My goodness, how shocking. No time for punch.
All idea is absurd. The hypothesis would never stand up to scrutiny. Sir, I believe you are a fellow of the Royal Society, are you not? An expert in your field. I am. My word on the matter can be considered final. Instantaneous kinesis is poppycock.
I'm so glad that he said poppycock. It matched that voice so well. Alright, one bit. I might have to set a minimum for these. Jesus fucking Christ. Because it's stupid? It is pretty stupid. That one's... I'm not even bother writing that one down. Yeah, it also doesn't necessarily fit the theming we're going for. I know some other kind of rails. So this expert and Mr. Sholmes are in agreement. It's impossible.
What is the prosecution's view on the matter?
And the prosecution would assert that the accused's instantaneous kinesis demonstration was a success. I know what he's doing. This clever bastard. Hold on. I know what he's doing. He's a genius. Oh, okay. Here's the thing. If it was a success, as we are currently claiming, as people currently believe, that's pretty good. Hold on, give me a moment. That's much more of the sub than the dumb feeling we've been going, but that probably fits me better. But hold on. Okay, so what he's doing here. If GPU, you need a giddy, plucky underling? Because that's much less Dami voice. Okay, yes, what Zykes is trying to do is that essentially, so right now, people, especially some people are saying it was a success because the body is now in the Crystal Tower when it wasn't there before, or presumably wasn't there before. It was here and now it's there. But that means that the machine definitely killed him. Now, here's the thing. If the machine failed, if it didn't work, the explosion happened, but that doesn't explain why the body's there. If the experiment failed, then by all accounts that means he couldn't have been the one to kill him, because the body was nowhere near the accident. That's what he's trying to do here. And it's clever. What? What rot? He's oh. Order! The professor's hypothesis is currently under investigation by the British government. If it is deemed to have merit, a substantial research grant would be made available. The accused made use of the invention built on his new hypothesis to take Mr. Osmond's life. I feel like I'm almost trying to understand this one more than anything. I think you'll find my rig is equipped with subwoofers. Or, hold on, I think I can say that a bit differently. I think you'll find my rig is equipped with subwoofers. Subwoofers? I don't even know, I can't even pronounce that properly. Bleh. Take Mr. Osmond's life, in order to be the sole benefactor of the grant. But... This disastrous demonstration was no accident. It was carefully designed from the outset to end the life of the victim. He's clever! Oh, I know what he's doing. He's playing it up. Thank you, Lord Von Zykes. The prosecution's stance is clear. But you will now bring forth witnesses to substantiate your claims. Gladly, my lord. And there goes the cape. Bailiff, shoulder the first witness to the stand. While playing a dating sim of sorts? That is a good idea. Okay, ooh. Okay. Here's what I want to do, because I still want to work on that chair, and that has its own sub-goal, or has its own goal. Because I really want that fucking chair, because I'm tired of this metal piece of shit. How about... I can work out a bit more details later, and also the game will probably be Monster Prom, because it's funny. But... Ooh, that's a good one. I'll read that in a second. But first...
Subroutines. Darling, I only have DOM routines tilde.
Subroutines? Darling, I only have DOM routines. That's a good one. That's a good one. Yes, I do also have text-to-speech on for 10 bits and higher. Okay, so how about this? For that sub-goal, I might... That sounds very funny. I'll consider it. If I do it, it'll probably be getting the chair up to 50%, and that'll be when we do it instead of a regular sub-goal. But it's not a bad idea, but it's one I have to think about. Because it is a little bit weird, but it is very funny. But yeah, so for right now, I'll set it at 50% of the chair. That's just a streamer. That's a streamer joke. That's not even a robot joke. That does just. Oh god. The funny thing about that one to me though is just remembering that one time Kane told the story of the dominatrix. If any of y'all remember that, and how she had like 30-something subs or whatever. Nah, it's fine. Yes. So chair 50%. We might do that dating sim pickup line. That dating sim, the dating sim idea. That's very funny. Alright, back to the game. No, it's not. It is a dumb thought, but dumb thoughts are sometimes the best. Yeah, I'll let you know. Right now, like... How do I put this? Like, especially just because we know that we all know what's going on, we all know what this is, and it's just getting me to read stuff. Yes, the Dom Corset mommy, that was very funny. So for right now, everything's fine. I will let you know if it becomes uncomfortable, especially because, like, this is for me just reading stuff out. We're fine. Like, we all know this is stupid. This ain't legit. Witnesses, state your name and occupations for the court.
Yes, sir. Tobias Gregson, Detective Inspector of Scotland Yard's Homicide Division. I was on duty demonstration on the day in question and in charge of the following investigation.
He's just moving around so much. Albert Harebrain, scientist.
You were born in England, but have been carrying out research in Germany in recent years, correct?
Yes, that's right. After graduating from university here in Britain, I went to work in Germany and made an amazing discovery. Which is what brought me back. I had to demonstrate my incredible hypothesis at the Great Exhibition.
What you demonstrated was incredible, alright. An incredible explosion.
There's a highlight of the dominatrix story on Caden's channel, yes. But the science was a success. The instantaneous kinesis worked. Everyone saw it. They must have done. Yes, there was the terrible accident, but a demonstration of my hypothesis was a success.
Well, that much is undeniable, as shown in this photograph taken by the forensic investigation team. This was taken inside the Crystal Tower, I take it. The centerpiece of the exhibition, no less. That's right, my lord. Seems the victim and I'm straight into it. I see. Very well. Submit the photograph as evidence. As the court said, the victim of the incident was Mr. Odie Osmond. There have been a number of allegations made against the man, but putting them aside for the time being, it was the man who financed the research for the experiment and the demonstration itself. I see. So to summarize the situation, the defendant is accused of taking the life of the man who funded his work. Would that be correct? Exactly.
But couldn't it be that the explosion was caused by some malfunction in the apparatus used for the demonstration? That's right. That must be it. My splendid machine. My poor splendid machine.
You saw yesterday, didn't you? Can't even examine the records thanks to the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act.
What? The wreckage? The wreckage? Yeah, there it is. I made that.
With that being the case, how can the facts be established? How can it possibly be determined whether this was an accident or a deliberate and malicious act? Extremely simply, my lord. I beg your pardon? Isn't that right, witness?
Who? Sorry, me?
No, your neighbor. No, your neighbor. Yes, sir. It was murder, plain and simple. Anyone could state that with complete certainty.
Wait, why? What? How can he possibly think that?
Thank you, Inspector. I think we had better proceed to formal testimony. You explain to the court on what grounds you claim this experiment to have been a front for murder.
Witness testimony. Affront for murder. Flipping is an art form, Punisher. It is indeed. The corpse that went crashing through the crystal tower had a broken neck. I made a minor miscalculation in the angle of the beam projection, that's all. That was my mistake. Okay, so he wasn't already in the crystal tower. Jesus. He was already in the crystal tower. Or not already. I wonder if he was tossed from a balloon. Just at the right time? Or maybe he... Because if there was an explosion, there's no way his body would be this intact. Fucking look at this. If it was if he was in an explosion, he'd be covered in soot and ash and burns, and he wouldn't have just been thrown and tossed aside like a wet rag. Also, why the fuck are his glasses still A, on his face, and B, intact? And how thick is this fucking glass? Holy shit. But look, a wound to the heart. He was not killed in an explosion. Holy shit, how was that not obvious?
The post-mortem examination revealed another injury, a fatal wound. There was a lesion in his chest where it had clearly been stabbed by something sharp right through the heart. So the victim was killed before he went anywhere. And this fella's the only one who could have done it.
Okay, I definitely think he was tossed from a balloon after being killed.
An extraordinary business. In addition to suffering a broken neck, the victim was stabbed in the heart.
Information I would really like to have heard from someone other than the judge.
The coroner says the death would have been all but instant from a wound like that.
His love and pride for science killed him.
You could say, in fact, that the victim was killed twice by the accused.
No. There you go. No. That couldn't be further from the truth.
Here the experiment plan document that was submitted to the security team. The victim stood himself inside something called the birdcage, ready to be beamed instantly. To the second level of the crystal tower, about 25 yards away. The experiment did not go according to plan, however. As the machine was put into operation, there was a large explosion. The blast caused the beam transmitter to point higher than intended. Accordingly, the kinesis resulted in the birdcage materializing in midair. From where it subsequently fell, crashing through the glass of the crystal tower's large round window.
Okay, now I understand. He was definitely just fucking straight up tossed from a goddamn balloon. Like nothing else happened.
My word! One assumes the victim's neck was broken upon impact with the tower, then.
I'm so sorry. I didn't mean for this to happen. The machine was just too powerful. Kind of lost the accent trying to get his voice. Hold on. With the British axe, the machine was just too powerful. But honestly, really, I swear, it was just an accident. A terrible accident.
Unfortunately, that excuse can't save you. Yep, not considering the sharp murder weapon that pierced the victim's heart.
Murder weapon? Oh, what are you saying?
And this is the autopsy report submitted by the coroner. The prosecution would like it entered into the court record. Your request is granted, counsel.
Autopsy report has been entered into the court record. Also, we're going to end up, once we get here in just a moment, before we get to the cross-examination, is probably when we're going to finish up the stream, because we've been going for about 4 hours. So if you have any last-minute things you want to throw at me, feel free.
I was there in person, you know. I saw the whole ludicrous performance. And the only other person on the stage with Mr. Osmond was that disgraceful excuse for a scientist.
But really, by all accounts, it must have been him.
All to think otherwise, really.
Well, I'm glad that I can help you all out.
Very well. Counsel for the defense, proceed with the cross-examination, please.
Oh, yes, my lord. I need to focus here. It's been a while. It has. It's been a few weeks. But yeah, so we're going to end it there at the beginning of the cross-examination. Because I need to get some dinner. Bah! Thank you for the Pokeball. So, thank you all so much for joining me today. And for having some good time. The bonk. Yes, the bonk. The bonk is definitely well deserved at this point. For myself and for all y'all. All of you. Yeah, I believe that's it. So, Thursday. We're going to start early on Thursday.
Victory.
Thank you, wristwatch. For me, that's 11 a.m., please, which is 12 o'clock Eastern Time, 9 o'clock Pacific Time. Please figure out the rest of the time zones for yourself, because I'm stupid. We're going to start early that day. And Saturday we'll probably be back to regular Genshin. And I believe that is all from me for today. Thank you all. Let me see who there is to raid.